Not okay. My mic is over here. I can't move very much. I saw a comment. I'm gonna be reasonable with you people today. I saw a comment yesterday that was telling me about, oh, anytime this motherfucker moves, I hear reverb in his microphone. It really impacts my ability to watch the stream. Hello, Miso, or Miss. Yes, Miss. Welcome to the stream. So I'm gonna do my best to not bounce my leg, to not do all the little I got bullied in school leg ticks. Hello, Malik. Welcome to the stream. Are we live on Twitch? Yes, we are. Wolf, hello. Mothman, hello. Runic Guardian, hello. All right, so the pettiness is just me still yelling about the world's thing. I don't even want to yell about the world's thing. I want to yell about, not even yell. I want to talk. Can I say my shit? I want to talk in a derogatory manner about one specific YouTube commenter who they did not get to me. Do not put in the newspaper that I got angry. I'm popping my 7-Up because I am unbothered. But I saw a YouTube comment on the skit I did about World Championships. And the skit was obviously slanted. The skit was obviously slanted towards, I think what happened at World Championships was bullshit. I stand by that. I don't think it's that deep. I do think it was legal. I think it is deeply unserious to make judge calls that way at the highest level of gameplay. I think that's dumb. I'm going to make fun of that every opportunity they give me. So I made the skit. Somebody commented, I'm glad the rule is like this. Those of you who want it to be different are tryhards. On a video about rules enforcement at World Championships. Like, I just can't fathom what would lead me to be like, yeah, all these fucking sweaty ass world champions wanting rules and whatnot. Wanting rules. Wanting a strict set of rules to be enforced. I know it's rage bait. Why am I still angry? That's me! I was rage baited! Because there's so many, like... Man, these people at the Olympics need to chill. It's just a sport. Somebody was like, it's just a game. When you're playing professional Magic, it's just a game. You have to understand takebacks are fine because it's just a game. Yeah, okay, go to the Chess World Championship. Show me the footage of where Magnus Carlsen requested a takesy-backsy because he blundered his queen. Show me that fucking video. It's just a game. I can't stand it, man. Let's everybody come together. I'm gonna do my best foot Groose. Let's all, can we get some 07s, some Fs, some rest in pieces? Foot Groose had to put down their cat, Tigger Luigi. Your soul is in a better place now. May you rest easy, Tigger Luigi, and I hope you have a good time at today's custom card stream. We do have to do a thumbnail first, and I am going to keep being petty about this random YouTube commenter. Hi, Rose Kitty, and bye. Have a good day at work. Magnus would never blunder his queen. I was hoping somebody would catch that. I was hoping somebody was a chess enjoyer in chat and would be like, Magnus blundering a queen? That makes no fucking sense. But it, like... So back on the worlds thing where I'm being a bitch. Because that's the number one thing about me. I'm not an angry person. I'm a petty person, which means I understand it's not that deep. I understand it does not affect me. I am dragging you for it anyway. That's me, baby. I wake up, I have some decaf Earl Grey tea, and I scroll the internet looking for people to be rude to when it doesn't impact me. Elegman, we're not going to put the thread up yet because I still have to. Actually, no, I'll put it up. We're not starting for an hour, remember. Remember, we are not starting for another hour because Nerd Girl's in a meeting. I mean, Dark, I'm not even, that's the thing. Everybody thought, and this was, I'm not going to say my fault because I'm perfect, but when I made so the thing that happened at Worlds, for anybody who's not caught up, is there were multiple instances of sloppy play where game actions had to be rolled back because multiple players, but one player in particular, the guy who won, made decisions that he was then like, oh, this was wrong. This was wrong and will hurt me, and I would like to undo it, please. And the judges were like, hell yeah, brother. What the fuck was I saying? Right. So that is what happened. And there were two there were two big ones. And one of which was way less big than the big one. The two really big ones that happened on stream were he went to cast a counterspell on something that had Cavern of Souls protection. This one, in my mind, not as big a deal, because in this one, he never paid the mana to cast the spell. Let me pull up Idelquentia. This is a counterspell unless your opponent plays 2. This is a counterspell unless your opponent pays 2. He did not have mana to pay for it. He only had treasures, and he never cracked the treasures. Like, he put the counterspell down, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna come pack your ass up now." And then before he cracked the treasures to pay for it, which is part of casting a spell, he was like, "Oh, never mind. That thing's uncounterable. Roll that back." That is the rollback that I think everybody's pretty on board of, like, yeah, bro didn't even finish casting the spell. And that is what it seems like a lot of people commenting on the skit thought I was talking about. That's not the one I was fucking talking about. The one I was talking about. No, you can. You can, Wolf, if they had paid for the spell, you can try. It just doesn't work. It's not an illegal game action. It is not like casting Idelquentia on something that's uncounterable. You can 100% do that. Your spell will just fizzle and you will look like an idiot. But that is not a like, oh, the judge has to step in and stop you from making an illegal play. It's not an illegal play. But this one didn't pay for the spell. Makes total sense that you would be like, oh, I got halfway through casting a spell and then decided against it. I've made the uh-oh of showing you this counterspell. Sure, whatever. Casual passerby, yes, in the rules of Magic. You think of it this way, casual passerby. It is showing your opponent your hand at any time is always legal. I can tell my opponent, hey, I'm going to cast this Craterhoof Behemoth, and they'll be like, oh, you have 4 mana open. And I'll be like, damn, you right. And I put it back in my hand. That's always legal. You can always, free action, show you this bullshit. And that is effectively what you're doing anytime you say, I'm casting this spell, and then you don't pay the mana for it. You are basically just going, what's up, fucker? Here's this card. Isn't it cool? This is a cool card. And that is what happened with the Idelquentia. The play that I was talking about is at the end of a game. At the end of a game when stuff was like really tight. Seth went to go cast Boomerang Basics on his own thing. Pays the mana. Passes priority. His opponent passes priority. He goes to begin resolving triggers from the spell. Because he also had... he had this card on board, Artist Talent, which whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you can discard to draw. And I watched the stream, and the point where Russell, I actually talked about that when the stream started, and I'm trying really hard to not move my body to help with the reverb. So I am very sorry. I am going to be getting a new mic to address this issue, and I am trying to hold it down for you. So when I watched the VOD, it seemed pretty clear to me, spell came back to him, he went to go do his discard, and then before his hand left the thing that he was going to put in the graveyard, then the math caught up to him and he was like, oh, I'm going to lose the fucking game. And that was when he made the judge call and asked for it to be rolled back. And that's the one where I'm like, that is bullshit. I don't like legal, not legal. That is fucking dumb. Yeah, and he tells the judges, I already cast it. And like and I realize it doesn't affect me. I realize it doesn't affect me. I realize it's not that important to my life, but I'm petty. I am a petty bitch, and that is a deeply unserious way to be adjudicating the highest levels of competitive gameplay. Right, and that's Silverwind. What kicked this off is I was saying, oh, the first half of that video, I was like, what's the most common take back that happens at a commander table? It's probably Ward. I'll use that one. And I figured, I had thought that in the second, and I'm not saying this, excuses me misunderstanding what the YouTube populace would think. I had thought that because in the second half of the skit, I specifically referenced him saying, oh, I already cast it, that people would know that I was referencing the Boomerang Basic situation and not the Idlequencha situation, because in Idlequencha, he hadn't cast it. So in my mind, it was, clear what situation which of the takebacks I was actually referencing, because I used verbiage that only applied to that situation. But it was, yeah, hey judge, I pooped in my pants. Hey judge, I have a little piss in my underwear. Can I change? But Silverwind, I do agree with you. The reason people think I'm talking about the Cavern of Souls one is because I used Ward, which both is about spells getting countered. Roboto, this is different from, this is a short I published that is not the podcast episode, and so I don't think the thumbnail poisoned the well on this one. Go look up the touch move rule in chess. Oh, you best believe I did, Kashmira. You best believe I did. I Googled so many games where I was like, can you do takebacks in this one? No, crazy. Can you do takebacks in this one? No, weird. Can you do takebacks in this one? No, crazy. Oh my god, he save scummed. That's what it was. That's what it is. He save scummed worlds. Holy fuck. That's the new meta now. That's what it is. I think that is the most like one-to-one thing that we can actually make for it. Because like it's not right cheating. He didn't actually gain new information, but it's 100% safe scumming. He fucking right. Like I'm trying to imagine, because people were like, "Oh, so many people are trying to speak with authority on this when they don't play professional Magic." And it's like, yeah, but I have participated at really high levels in other sports, and I can't imagine being like, hey, ref, the pressure got to me. It's been a really long competition. I'm trying really hard. The pressure got to me, and I did something I totally did not mean to do. Can we reset the play? I would be laughed off the fucking field. What? I would be laughed off the field like any other sport. Being like, yeah, man, it's sympathetic. I can totally understand. The pressure getting to you over time. But to me, that's the point of that is one of the things you are trying to test in a competition. You are trying to test who has the mental acuity, the mental consistency, the mental endurance to not do that stuff. Some people were saying he's a good dad and not getting good sleep. That makes it even more sympathetic. I don't think that makes it less unserious. Will there be more Ko-Fi? There will not be more Ko-Fi redeems before we begin. There will be more Ko-Fi redeems over the course of the stream. Yeah, so many people. This is one of the ones where genuinely multiple people were saying it. So many people have defended it by saying, oh, it's just sloppy play. Do you know what they call sloppy play in other sports? The reason you lost. That's that's the term for it. In other sports is they say, oh yeah, real sloppy play from this team. It's no wonder they're losing the game for it. Like, it's just, and again, doesn't affect me. I genuinely think Seth would have won anyway. I don't even think it impacts the end result of the tournament. Like, the games it happened in, I did not fact check this part. Somebody told me he lost the Quench game anyway. I didn't fact check that one because that one doesn't even seem like a big take back to me. But the Boomerang Basic game, like, he was up 2-0 and he was running that motherfucker. He was running that motherfucker over. Like, I genuinely do not think if you call this the other way, a different person wins the championship. So I wouldn't even put like an asterisk on Seth's win. Like, Seth is the world champion. I think this is just embarrassing on the judge level. Like, that's just it's a deeply unserious way to approach the competition. Okay, I'm gonna hit the manual ad break. We do have to work on thumbnails right now because I owe Nerd Girl a thumbnail by end of day, and you all promised me you would fix my inability to do graphic design. So I'm gonna laser beam ads into your head, and then we're gonna be right back. I want to make a League joke, but I don't know League. No, exactly. Like, I just can't. I just can't even be like, oh, Faker goes and gets solo killed in mid lane and then hits the pause button and he's like, timeout, everybody. I just, I just need us to be clear. I did not mean to do that. Could we take the gold away from him? Could we just like run it back like 20 seconds? Total oopsie. Total. I did not mean to flash under tower. It was not my intent to get killed in this play. Do you feel like the judge favored him on a favoritism type thing? I doubt it was a favoritism type thing. It was a, I think, appropriate enforcement of the way the rules are currently written. Because in both cases, he did not gain new information. Um, I think that the rule is corny. That's the headline. I think the rule is corny and makes me respect Magic less as a like as a professional competition. But I don't think that it was they changed the rules back in 2018 because in 20 and I was told about this I think from Time Kit, maybe it was Spellbreaker, but in 2017 there was a championship where the person who should have won lost the game because they moved to combat too quickly and just like forgot to take a game action that they totally could have taken.
Whenever you, because I'm gonna start making a lot of noise.
Oh, and they're gonna be rowdy.
They're
Yeah.
gonna be rowdy.
Um, so in 2017, there was somebody who was going to win, should have won, forgot to play a land for turn, and because they didn't play a land, it fucked up a play they had intended. And then they lost the game because of it. And the rule got changed the next year. And I can understand sympathizing with that player because that is a heartbreak. And it's just like, that's just not serious. That's just not fucking serious at a professional competition. Are you saying no new information again because he knows the deck list? Yes, that is my current understanding, is that there was nothing in the deck Ken could have responded with. Kashmir Akil, thank you for the 2 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. I just spent money on Twitch for the first time, and I appreciate it bodily. Thank you. Hellcat, thank you for the 7 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. But that is on the assumption that he remembered every card played. Sure. I would... Yes, I think we can say there is some level of subjective, like, do you give him the benefit of that doubt or not? And quite frankly, I would give every player at Worlds the benefit of that doubt because I can do that. Like, when I played at Pioneer RCQs and went, like, fucking 1 and 2 or whatever, even I could be like, oh, these are the problem cards in my opponent's decks. Have they played these yet? How many have they played yet? Like, I really don't think it's a high bar. Yeah, also he's not gonna do a response to a spell that loses his opponent the game. That's the part where I think it's super corny. Let's see if I got this right. A guy lost because he misplayed, so they changed the rule to allow takebacks. Yes. DJ Anubian, thank you for the 145-bit cheer. I forgot the message I was going to attach to this, so just take my money. Thank you very much. Did the opponent also agree to the rollback? I'm genuinely not sure on this one because people in my comment section were being like, everybody agreed, everybody consented. On the videotape, it just looked like an interaction between Seth and the judge. Dude, I have like 7 games. I have like 7 games off the dome that I would have won if I was being held to World Championship standard instead of fucking pre-release standard. I have been to multiple pre-releases at which I was held to a like stricter level of gameplay than the World Championships of standard. Also, thank you for the horses, the breads. I'm not sure what they is, but I appreciate them. Hey, Nico, stop milking your sister. You're not. She doesn't have. She doesn't have that. No. No. FPS Shoddy, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I can give you the article, which I think, with the reasoning for the 2018 change of rules. I appreciate that. I do not want to read it because I think it will, 1, detract from us doing the thumbnail, and 2, I don't really care what their reasoning is. I think there are a number of arguments you can make for why they would be allowing it. You know, there's a number of justifications you can make, and whatever your justification is, that's corny as fuck. Nico. Oh. Lady. Come here. Ontario, thank you for the 25-bit cheer for the hype train. And Little Mix Doom, thank you for the 50-bit cheer. Little King, I will hit you with the Twitch link. Maybe the audio is better there. I swear to God, Nico, you be a better girl than you're currently being. You be a better girl for Daddy than you're currently being. Be better for Papa. Papa loves you. Papa loves you. And Tario, thank you for the 30 stream streak. Kitty cam win. I do need to set up a different camera for this. Hi, baby girl. Kitten. Filthy Sultai player, thank you for the 5 stream streak. I appreciate you coming down to the dog park today. Nico, I swear to God. No. Mysterious Mr. MR, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Mauled milk money for the cats. I will buy them little soft food. I swear to God, Nico, no. Helios, you are actually too early to redeem a custom card because Nerd Girl does not get here until 1. Nico, I will keep a hand on you all stream if I have to. I know, Briar, you're tired because Nico keeps trying to nurse. Little Mix Doom, thank you for the 25-bit cheer. You aren't going to put a shock collar on your cats to keep them in place, right? No, of course not. I am considering, I have considered, like, spoofing that situation by buying, like, a prop bazooka. And then whenever the cats, like, move on stream, being like, God damn it, guys. just to get a clip of it. Little King, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Hey. Stop it. Okay, you're staying in the lap now. Because you can't treat your sister correctly. Well, you got a random Smasher Pass redeemed. Thank you. How? We've had that. Oh, never mind. They're back on. All right, random Smasher Pass. I'm going to assume it's this thing, and that is going to be a hard pass. Triple Mango Threat, thank you for the 13 months at Prime. Welcome back to the dog home. Well, if you check Toxic Pets, it would be awesome. Nico, I swear to fuck. You are being bad. You have to stay in the lap while you are being bad. You are being bad, girl. Oh, that's a good kitty. Mysterious Mr. MR, personal question. Bracket 3 deck with 10 planeswalkers or only 20 lands? If I'm allowed to build the rest of the deck as I see fit, 20 lands, 100%. You could definitely make 20 lands function, albeit badly, but it would function. I'll fucking get you, bro. Maul, random question. Do you know what a passiflora is? I'm not sure if they have those outside of my country. I do not know what those are. You are in so much trouble, baby girl. Stop trying to run. Stop trying to run. Stay away from the nips. Stay away from the nips. Stop it. Yeah, I think even at bracket 3 you could make something like that work. You would probably have to use all your game changers. The thread should be up. I swear to God, I swear to God I typed that junk in. Hold on. Oh. Hold on, one sec. Voice of Madness, thank you for the 25 streams in a row. I appreciate you coming to the dog parks today. I have to type a starter message while holding this cat back from chewing on her sister's nipples. Yeah, that is a good girl. That is a good girl. Okay, threads up. All right, you motherfuckers said like colors. How do I? How you guys feel about this? Is this good? The thread is in the Dear Malltown channel in our Discord, Bloody Brat. Yuck? What? How about this one? This thumbnail is for the Final Fantasy scene boxes. I like the bisexual one. I like that one. Graphic design is my passion. I feel like we're referencing a copy pasta I don't know. Try a red-yellow gradient. Gradients usually turn out better when you add a texture. How do you do that? There, these colors are screaming. Look at the Final Fantasy logos and try to use a similar gradient. Bruh. Bruh. What came up again, Elk? Blue, green, and white is what I'm seeing. So I could do... This is a little bisexual. Can I post my new short? Yeah, I'll ban you instantly, but you can go ahead and try. You can go ahead and try, fucko. Play with me. Play with me. See what happens. Here. Alright, we're a React channel now.
Rise of the Dark Realms. Appropriate win con or boring big win now spell? Pretty normal question to ask, I'd like to think. Let's check the comments. Literally, yeah, cool as fuck. Only lame folks like 3-3 Elk think this card is a boring win con, yet they would debate their combo is good. What a random stray. It happens that the guy was fiercely defending on Discord that comboing with Omniscience is good, but calling Rise of the Dark Realms bad and a boring win con. Ever since I look bad on his content, he's extremely biased towards what he considers to be fun and good, and extremely annoying towards what he considers wrong.
Okay, hold on. This is not short. First of all, you little fuck, how many? 2.5 minutes! Banned. No, get out. Free content creator advice of the day. You come in my stream with a, what, 150-second short? You are going to Detroit. One-way ticket. On copy link, there you go. I'm gonna leave this on mute, and I'm gonna give you the retention, Elk, because I love you. You can't do that. You can't do that. That is pretty funny. I can't believe it came up again. Oh, but what I wanted to say, I feel like content that is about what you find fun should be extremely biased. Like, I am extremely biased. I'm outrageously biased, and I should be. I'm correct. I am 100% right about everything I'm biased about. Why am I tagged in something? Oh, okay, you tagged me in the Discord. Let the rat soda speak. Okay, anyway. This is, wow, alright, you're going on the other screen. Okay, Mothman, you had the very appropriate question. What is my favorite card from the Final Fantasy scene boxes? I think it's... Hold on. Okay, here we go. I think it's fishing gear is my personal favorite. I doubt it's everybody's favorite. Mine is fishing gear for sure. This one's the funniest. I think Fated Clash. I think this one is hands down the funniest card in the scene boxes, because this one you can cast at flash speed if any creature is attacking and any creature is blocking. Then you pick one of your own creatures and one of your opponent's creatures, and you say, these two are indestructible, and then you board wipe. Which is goofy as fuck. Because somebody else can go to combat, and you can be like, okay, me and your mana dork, we are having a fated clash. Everybody else, that's awesome. VB's Resolve is super overhyped. It is good, and a bunch of decks will just like want it as another cheap instant that they can get back, but it's overhyped. Yeah, you don't have to pick the attacking or defending creature. Yeah, two other players will fight, and you will interrupt it with a test of your neutron style. So I think this one. This feels like it doesn't stand out enough. No, don't. No. Okay, thank you. Thank fuck. Leave me alone. I feel like I need a... Is outline what I want to do? Yeah, I think outline's what I want to do. Find something with a pleasing, subtle texture. Paper with pleasing, subtle texture. Do you see what I'm working with right now? Texture. Okay, and you said blend mode. Do we need to make it like transparent almost? Hold on. Wait a tick. Hold on. How the fuck do I make this opaque? Oh, adjust probably. This is texture, saturation, contrast. None of those seem like... Lucius TFT, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. The gradient symbol, maybe. What is a gradient symbol? Oh, this thing. No, this is doing... That's doing like an outline on it. Corner rounding, flip, animate? I mean, it can't be animate. Ah. There we go. Is that... That's too much. Yeah. Are you all textured up on a Tuesday afternoon now? Are we pleased? It's ready to submit. I think I need to send this back a layer. Yeah. There. That way the card will stand out. I think this, maybe a drop shadow will work on this now. Hold on, let me download this and then drag it in rather than just copy pasting and see if that helps the resolution problems. So do I do like this and then don't rotate the, why not? I thought I'm jingling keys. I'm jingling the keys at you. It artifacts the image. Okay, it's font time, dipshits. Comic Sans? Really? Comics? Comic Sans? I feel like you guys aren't actually helping. Gaudy Stout from 44th Dude. Hold on, I need to see. Gaudy? They don't have Gaudy Stout on Canva. No, let me go back. I'm doing Luckiest Guy. This is fine. I think textiles, I don't know, that's whatever. And then effects, I guess outline, right? I need an outline. Then we make big outline. Do a blue outline to match the card color. Okay, that kind of matches. I don't think that's good. I think that one matches. I see no, don't, and yes. One, no. All right, the no's have it. Perfect. God damn it, you guys. Okay, what about orange? Is this screaming at you? If you have the card slightly cut off, peeking in from the left side with it slightly rotated counterclockwise. So peeking in from the left side. Too loud. How can you be too loud though? You guys all told me I needed to be louder. Not sure about the light on the outside with the light background. It would be better with dark outline, light fill. Let's try it. Oh fuck, that's better. Oh fuck, that is better. I mean, I'm not sold on the orange, but that is an improvement over the dark inside, light outside. Thank you. Damn, that is way better. Nathiator, thank you for the 8 months at tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Yeah, we could try red. I feel like question is not good. I feel like it has to be a statement. This is a thumbnail for a podcast episode that has to come out in like a day or two. Royal blue, Malden, yeah. I think board wife's one word. That is not it. It's also not it. I think it needs to be bright. Maybe just white letters. We could just try white. No, pink. Pink's not good. Pink's not good. Hold on, hold on. Color theory. Basic color theory. All right, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. We're gonna learn together. We're gonna learn together. Okay, color wheel. So we have blue. And light blue. So we do actually kind of need orange. Because we have to get on the other side. Like we have to do something in this quadrant of the wheel. I'm not in love with that. Let's look at salmon. That's kind of... I think we could play with fonts, but I think that I think salmon is kind of the right color for this. That's Family Guy text. Family Guy's popular. The other blank space, I think, how do I desaturate it? What are you talking about? You have to say, you can't tell me, listen, I'm not a fucking rocket doctor. You can't look me in the eye and say desaturate it like I know what that means. How do I see all? What about that? That's faded orange. Make it more gooder. Thank you, Ascendance. I appreciate that. Noah Perez, thank you for the Twitch follow. If you suck on your sister's nipples, you are going straight back in my lap. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Girl. Freaky cats. Okay, we're good now. Aegis, thank you for the 15 stream streak. I appreciate you coming to the dog park today. How are we feeling about this color? Do we want to try a different font? Do we not like... Okay, that sucks. I am at least smart enough to know that sucks. Back to Family Guy. So I think we can do this. Now we need... And this is what we're competing against. I do think this is well laid out. I feel like these are too far apart, and we need to get our faces on. Like, I think a critical part of this is we got to get my face on this bitch. Okay. I don't have a picture of bald veggie. I have access to like a big wheel of photos I can steal from. It is so far. Okay, you guys tell me. So far, we've been doing the podcast with me with a picture of everybody in the episode. We don't have to keep doing that. But if it should be different, I would love to know why it should be different. Because so far we've been, well, this is veggies. This is his. We found it. Question: how late into the podcast do you discuss Fated Clash? Will people get that answer on why this is funny early? If not, can you clip a later point in the video that is 30 seconds and highlights the comedy? I have no idea because I have not seen the edited version of it. I would presume not quickly. All right, there's one. Maybe I could get. I could reuse the like I could reuse the like Final Fantasy cosplay photos. Download. Scoundrel. I told you to. Thank you. I feel like good podcast. All right, thank you, annotate line. Oh. I feel like good podcasts typically don't have anyone in the pod, just the title and theme. Let's see that. YouTube. Podcasts. Instantly cap. Instantly cap. Look at that. This is like the most successful Magic podcast, right? They're a podcast. So yeah, I would actually argue that the people's faces are the most important thing. I'm a Spotify user when it comes to podcasts, my bad. Okay, that is an important difference because we are very bad. We are very bad at Spotify. But for YouTube, I think the only draw of the podcast is, hey, you know these guys. That is your boy Baus mentioned. 5 million views. God, I just gotta lay down and die, man. I just gotta fucking lay down and die. Holy shit. Never mind. 9.2K views. I'm on top, baby. Okay, so we do this. And then, do I have any fucking... Okay, and then do I have, what can I? Me but dumb. I mean, faces are important because a lot of your success on YouTube is from like, it's not entirely parasocial, but this was part of why we tried. This was part of why we tried splitting the channel. Um, I will once again reference Zach the Bold because he is wildly successful at this. Um, every single fucking video he posts is instantly recognizable as a Zach the Bold video. Like you know, he has titling too, but for the most part, within like a half a second of being exposed to one of these videos, you're like, ah, that is a Zach the Bold video. I know what that feels like. And so having your face in your thing is really, really important because that's part of how you build that branding. That's part of how you build the consumer behavior of regularly associating your audience with the type of thing you're going to do. If he ever changes his hairstyle, I'll cry. Exactly. I like that one more, Mothman. Thank you for sending me that. Flogent Matthew, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. We got to move me back. There we go. All right, how are we feeling about something like this? Just gonna move them in a little more, take up a little bit more space overall. Trim my shit way down. My word, brother. My word. Slightly empty, need something behind y'all. Text feels small, okay. I think the text is a little small. This still feels a little empty. Maybe curve the text. How in the fuck? That feels a little bit more. ETA, as soon as we get this thumbnail done, Professor Graphic Design. Position, backward. All right, this is what one person suggested. What if fighting was incorporated into the thumbnail so that the thumbnail triggers the spell? We're doing too much. Nobody knows what this spell is. Or like, I think it's relatively... Yeah, like we cannot do a joke that requires context or deeper understanding of the card to understand. Turn the card clockwise so it tilts the other way, but that makes no sense. Like that? This world will kill me. Flogent Matthew, thank you for the Prime sub. Oh, the message like just came through. A little further from your face. Thunder Tempest, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. Faded Pinor. There's a little bit of that going on, which I think is good. Can we see it zoomed out? No, because it'll look bad, and I refuse. You can't do that. There we go. A little more divided. We're filling the space. There's texture to the words. We have an opaque thing behind me. I think we send this, yeah. Because here's the I'm gonna be so real with you guys. Podcast on the rocks. It's not in danger. We very much like doing it, but like I when I get to look at the stats for this podcast, holy fuck, you guys. Holy fuck. Our we're fighting click-through rates on like we're trying to get like 3% click-through on this podcast. No. Y'all don't have to do more. If you are in this stream, you have done so much to support me. You do not need to do more. You are doing more than enough. I appreciate every last one of you. Thank you for being here. What I need to do is I need to figure out this thumbnailing shit, figure out this titling shit, because we have to get the podcast to break like the difference between the podcast being a failure and a success is like 1.5% on the click-through rate. No joke, no exaggeration. The podcast currently gets like... Oh, I should drop shadow all of us as well. Everybody gets a drop shadow. The current click-through rate on the podcast is like 3.5% or something like that. And if the click-through rate was like 5%, it would be a very big difference. It would be a very big difference in the ability to get it sponsored, which I think opens the door for a lot more financial stability than it currently has. And that's part of why I have offered to take over the thumbnailing, because frankly, like all of us feel bad at it, and none of us want to do it. all of us feel like we suck. And you're watching me fumble through this, and I appreciate all of you helping. A/B test. I'm dumb is click-through rate. You're not dumb. You're ignorant of the specific nuances of YouTube analytics. That's not dumb. Don't worry. Is click-through rate the percentage of people who see the thumbnail and click in, or percentage of people who click in then watch it all? First one. We are fighting for So if like so the podcast episodes that get like 10,000 views are shown, or roughly 300,000 people will see it in their feed. We capture 1.5 additional percent of those people. That's like 5,000 more views. That's like a 50% increase in our viewership off of a 50% increase in the click-through rate. The card looks like your penis. I think that's funny. Could you put the redeems up, please? Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can do that. All right, I'm gonna do a text count off. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The text count off doesn't really do anything because I have to then click into a different window. To set them live. Gibbons, thank you for the 30 stream streak. All right, we're gonna download this. We're gonna send this to Nerd Girl, then we're gonna call Nerd Girl, and we're gonna get into the custom card stuff. And it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great, you guys. Joby, thank you for the 35 stream streak. I appreciate you coming to the dog park pantsless. All right, we're calling Nerd Girl to sort out the stream together stuff.
Hello.
Hello, I am live for your edification, but I have finished the first of the thumbnails I owe you. With the help of Twitch.
I did see the tail end of this segment before you called me, so it's a work of art. It's beautiful.
It's amazing. Okay, so what we are gonna do is in your OBS, you have it open.
I do.
Excellent. Under controls, do you see the gear next to start virtual camera?
Yeah.
For the output, hit the gear, and then it'll pull up a little menu that has output type and output selection. Do you have a scene in your OBS that is just your camera, or do you just have a camera source?
I think I have both, but I don't know that let me check and see if the full cam one's working. It's currently not working.
Okay. If you don't have a scene that's working for it, you can just set it to source and then have the source match whatever your camera is. And then I will send you an invite on stream together, and you will have to open Twitch in a browser. Zyro, we're going to have multiple rounds of redeems today. Do not worry. We set fewer live than normal at the beginning because this is our first time with MTG Nerd Girl on the custom card stream. So say hello, everybody. But I didn't know how quick we were going to be. And so I wanted to err on the side of caution for the first round.
All right. So I'll fire up the virtual cam and fire up the stream. Sounds right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right. I'm doing the thing.
We're making it happen.
The thing has been done.
All right, open Twitch in a browser, and I'm going to invite you to stream together.
For the record, this is way not easier than a Discord call.
It's much easier, I promise you, because the Discord video call gets fucked up because of how badly my browser situation is right now. So it's easier for different reasons. It's easier because I'm a child.
All right, I have the stream is live.
Yes.
And I'm eagerly awaiting some sort of invite from a browser.
Yeah, so in the Twitch browser, click your notifications, and then you will have an invite from me.
Oh, it's on the other tab. Got it.
Yeah.
And it looks like there's a bunch of settings or something. I don't think any of this matters. Just
not really. As long as you click accept there, you're good. So now in OBS, hit start virtual camera.
It is started.
Great. And then in the stream together thing, on the bottom section, there's all the like, do you want a camera, share your screen, microphone? You're going to turn camera on and choose OBS virtual camera for that camera. And then it will allow me to get a little box with you in it to put dueling banjos style on my stream.
Confirmed.
Perfect. Also, we're docking now.
That's dirty.
That's not dirty. It just means we're sharing Twitch chats.
It's definitely dirty. You told me it was dirty.
I never said anything like that. My Twitch chat, I'm going to laser beam ads into your brain for 3 minutes, and then we're going to begin reviewing custom cards. Huzzah! Great. And now we can read each other's Twitch chats. We can see redeems and stuff that go down. Nerd Girl, he lies like a rug? That's mean. That's mean and rude and unnecessary. Okay, let me mess with the sizing a little bit. That's great. That's good. Well, can you show Nerd Girl my graphic design? Hell no. I think Nerd Girl has seen enough bad graphic design looking at what I have sent. People were talking to me about rounding the corners. How does one? I think you guys made that up.
I'm excited. This thumbnail looks nice.
Graphic design is chat's passion. Oh yeah, let me.
I'm excited to see what terrible cards your chat has made.
Oh, it's gonna be fucking fabulous. Click the image. Go to corner rounding at the top. Go to about 7. Oh, okay. Like that? That doesn't look any different to me. Phoenix and Schultz, thank you for subscribing to Decked Out EDH. Everybody do that if you have Prime subs. It's so much easier to shill for other people. Oh, for the card. For the card. What if I went to about 11?
I see what they're trying to get you to do.
On the card, not the entire thing. How about 53? How about that little shitty buzz cut? How do you feel about that? Okay, I'm apparently very quiet on
the Decked Out stream.
Your end.
I can fix that. How about that? Maul, sing us a song real quick.
Kivenya benabisanaba.
That was not half bad.
Whoa. Why do the corners scale differently? I don't know, because Canva fucking hates me.
I think it's because the crop of the photo, you could see that the left one is cropped very closely to it, and then the right one is cropped pretty far out to the right.
There we go. Thank you. It's the drop shadow. I'll drop your fucking shadow, Kashmira. Get back into the fucking Wattpad mines.
What the hell?
Kashmira works on fanfic while they listen to my stream.
I should know better. Like, I don't understand half the things that come out of your mouth when you're on my show. So
Mm-hmm.
I should expect to understand even less things that you say on your show.
Hold on, let
Because I
me
feel like
send.
you're holding yourself back a little bit on
I
decked out.
I'm about to get us 5.1% click through. I will not be beholden to these ridiculous accusations, these spurious accusations. I might add. I might say. I might say. Okay, I think we're good. So Nerd
So
Girl,
how many cards do we have right now?
I think we have like 50 or something right now.
Ooh.
Very normal amount. I'm gonna send you a link to a thread in my Discord, so that you can follow along with me, and then just one at a time, we're gonna pull them up on screen. I'll read them to you. You will tell me if they are good or bad. Is the Discord server for subs only? No, the Discord server is free to enter. There are three, I think, two in actuality, two channels that only Patreon members can access, where I respond to questions more actively and am just a little bit more talkative. But you can enter the Discord, use it to find Commander games and whatnot for free.
All right. So I'm in the Discord channel, the December 11 channel, and we're just going through top to bottom.
Yeah, we're just going top to bottom. So first we have Roboto V2's Ito Reprising Puppeteer, a 5-mana Mardu Warlock. It's a 3/4 flyer. Whenever they attack, for each opponent, you may put a creature card from that player's graveyard onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking under your control with a finality counter under it. Oh, fuck.
Okay.
I feel like that can't be good because I want to play it instantly. I want to.
That for Commander, this seems incredibly busted. So it is like a warped demon dragon girl, but like instead of from your hand, you're getting it from their graveyard. She's a war. Like that's
Have to
flavorful.
You have to be milling other people pretty hard, but I feel like it's not that hard because you also. This is not like an engine you have to keep around. This is like I've milled everybody a fair amount. I've played Ito with haste, God rest my soul, and then I get this trigger one time, and I have enough creatures to try to win the game.
I don't even know that it has to go that deep. Like, let's just pretend you're in generic Mardu right now.
Mm-hmm.
By the time you play this on 5 or 4, attack on 5 or 6, like you're gonna have some targets. Even if 1 or 2 people don't have anything, like you're gonna get something sweet. And if you get to repeat that, holy smokes.
That's true. You also you don't even have to mill. You can just shoot somebody with a gun and then dig their grave up. Mm-hmm. This feels Mardu to me, Alec, man. It also feels ridiculous.
I could see this being Mardu, or like swap out the white pip for green.
Oh,
like
Jund? It
feels very Golgari. Yeah, like a Jundy.
I feel like Jund would do more with your own graveyard, but yeah, this is fucked. I don't think it could be this cheap and you get to keep the creatures. Finality counters were a great step forward in terms of allowing for busted reanimation, and this is probably still a step too far. Or you could do like one creature card from one graveyard, and then it would be okay.
Yeah, I could see if it's all graveyards, you just have to remove the like finality counter thing. You make them go sack it and end step and sort of incentivize getting weaker creatures with ETBs.
Yeah, I could for sure see that.
I would definitely play something like this. I like the design space and the theme for Commander for sure. For Limited, I mean, it definitely wins games, but this small town does in fact die to removal.
Yeah, it does. It's 5 mana, so it does die to removal. That is true. All right, next we have Little Mix Doom, who has sent in a round of Kirby Commander cards. First up is Kirby Friend of Many, a 4-mana Bant, *4, power equal to creatures you control. Other creatures get +1/+1. At the beginning of your upkeep, choose a creature you control. Kirby gains all activated and triggered abilities of that creature until end of turn. Okay. Pack it up, Marvin player. I don't think
I
it's.
think it's cute.
I also
And it
think
makes
it's
sense.
cute, and this is why we as humans have an instinct to kill cute things. This is why we have a fucking prey drive to get rid of things like this.
I don't think that's true. I love the thematic side of this where he can absorb the abilities. It's sort of like a reverse Ko. It's like a cute, non-painful Ko ability. Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with this card. I would play this in all formats. I think other creatures is too busted. I think you might have to choose creature type, which is not very thematic for Kirby. But being able to
Yeah.
slam this just in any deck seems a little much.
Yeah, I just anytime I see gain activated and triggered abilities of that creature until end of turn, I immediately go like, there's some fucking dirtle combo that's happening. I would like to see. I feel like you could do airbending with this guy to quantify the suck.
I think the guardrail here is at the beginning of upkeep, you get to choose that activated ability. Now, there's no cost associated with it, but it is a one-time trigger, unlike Ko, where you can sort of loop into different triggered abilities that will trigger other abilities. So getting it only once per turn, needing to untap with this does put some guardrails on it. I think this is a reasonable card. I thought your viewers were going to be making absolute utter
Oh, well, you'll
either
be
A,
seeing that.
trash or B, like god cards. that
You'll
just, like, could never
you'll be
play.
seeing those. I think Kirby should have to choke on that hog if he is going to play Piggy. That's my last thought on him. Zero
you should
two
eat it.
Embodiment of Darkness. 5-mana Mardu 4/5. Flying whenever a non-token creature is sacrificed, every opponent loses one and you gain one. Whenever 0/2 attacks, you can sack a creature. If you do, target opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile a non-land card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. Ooh.
Too busted.
Too busted.
Too busted.
But I want to steal and rob.
I mean, committing crime
do-
is fun. It's not one-sided, so anytime anyone sacrifices anything, you get to abuse, like, what are they called? Effects?
Aristocrat
When you
effects
make-
or whatever.
No, when you make your opponent sack.
Oh, edict effects.
Edict effects, yeah. So that's pretty gross. Yeah. And then you get to sack things, drain them, and get your cardboard back. That's too strong.
I would make a different argument. I think that in terms of like, I think this is expensive enough to be relatively strong. I think that the second half of this card is extremely fun, and the first half of this card reduces him to just being part of an ABC combo loop. Because he is now just like, oh, what if Sephiroth was worse but had more colors? Hell yeah. And so I would love to see something that was like worse than a Blood Artist effect on that static effect, but still encouraged you or gave you something back for that attack trigger, because that attack trigger feels like the fun thing. And then it feels like if you run an Aristocrats or Sack deck, you end up just leaning on the fact that it's a Blood Artist in the command zone more often than not.
I don't know. I think it's too strong. I like it. It sounds fun. I
don't
love to
know,
sack
they
my little
printed
rats and idiot creatures
Sephiroth.
and get like random like wheel spins off the top of your deck. That sounds excellent. But I will say this is my #1 contender so far for worst art.
You don't like the bloody eyeball? Next we
No, I
have
don't
Gooey. He's 5-mana 1/1. This is gonna be bullshit. If he's untapped, he has hexproof. Whenever he attacks, he gains flying and +X/+X, where X is number of creatures you control. Okay. So 5 mana doesn't have to attack alone. So this is getting like an exalted type effect, but you don't have to attack by yourself.
It's not exciting. It seems very playable, but for that mana cost, I'm actually not playing this. What is happening here?
Jay Arlington, thank you very much for the raid. You've come to us on custom card day, and we're looking at some Kirby cards right now.
I mean, he's derpy and cute, and I love him, but like, I'm playing him if I happen to be in these colors. He's certainly not a commander. And he's certainly not played in limited.
Damn. Hateful. Next, Haltman, Galactic CEO, a 4-mana Mardu card. 4/3. The first time you sack a non-token creature each turn, create a treasure token. See, that's fucking rob this man, put him on the other Mardu card. That's what I would love to see. Some type of sack payoff that does not incentivize you to go into loser combo loops. Anyway, at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may sack 4 artifact tokens. If you do, gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap it. It gains haste until end of turn.
Huh.
Make this man fucking 2 mana.
I was actually going to say, don't make him 2 mana, because I think the effect can be quite good, but I kind of want to gain control of it forever.
Right, that's what I'm like. 4 artifact tokens? That's
till end of turn, like
right,
you're not getting a ton of payoff here.
That is not good enough, quite frank. Like, it's good enough if you have I have the Mr. House high roll and I make 8 artifacts every turn rotation. And if you do that, like, I don't know, you've won so many other ways.
Good, but I would rather see the number of artifacts you have to sack go up and keep it permanently.
Yeah, I would also agree with that. Is up the cost for this. I think like 5 is typically, there's like a blood token one that can do. Oh, no, I'm thinking of Captivating Vampire, who's tap 5 vampires. But I could see 5 or 6 tokens, and I get the motherfucker. I get him. Is that in Mardu's color pie? Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Is that in Mardu's color pie? Google Kellogg right now. Sack 5 treasures, gain control of target creature for as long as you control Kellogg. So you would be retreading ground already, and you might have to change it. Well, you already have an artifact tokens instead of treasure specific, but yes.
I could also see it being either replacing the white or the red pip for blue, because that's a very like Esper / whatever.
Yeah.
Why does my brain go to Maestros? Why is that the only one that got replaced in my brain?
Probably because we're looking at Nova Clockwork Star, an Orzhov spacecraft with station on ETB, draw a card, gain a life. At 5 charge counters, at the beginning of your end step, rehandimate. At 10 charge counters, you can exhaust for 1 and a black to search your library, graveyard, and or outside the game for a card, put it into your hand, then if you search your library this way, shuffle. That seems pretty fair. If almost too fair, even.
Outside of the game for a card. So how's that working in Commander? Because
I kill you, I hit you, I slap you across the face. If you say I'm gonna go search my collection for the card I need, you're gonna come back and I'm gonna be gone from the table. I'm at Wendy's.
But that type of mechanic only typically works for sideboards.
Right. And so I think that just doesn't. Little McStube, thank you for the 10-bit cheer. He grants wishes, so I gave him a wish effect. That does make sense. I do think that line of text just fizzles in Commander, and you just have it in for. So in other formats, it's there for the lore. In Commander, it just searches your library and graveyard.
Okay, and it could be also like a rule 0. Like, obviously, we're making cards up here, so maybe if you want to like go get a card out of your pretend sideboard, that's okay. Out of your other Commander deck. This is fine. Not crew, but station 5 for that effect seems really strong.
I don't. Rehandimate just seems so bad, though. No, don't get cards from exile. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
A new card every single turn does not seem low power.
That's because you play 2/2s that you throw into the fucking wood grinder. Some of us don't have 10 dipshits at our graveyard.
Sometimes I play like Gruul Smash, and having a Gruul Smasher back every turn that you can never like permanently deal with seems busted.
Let me look at like. I'm thinking of just like. Oh, here's why I don't believe in it. And I guess I'm not comparing. It's because I have seen Oversold Cemetery played many, many times, and it has sucked crazy ass every single time. And Oversold Cemetery is 2 mana on upkeep. If you have a lot of creatures in grave, you can get one back. And that's at the beginning.
But that does not help if your opponents are exiling your creatures, can Bajuka Bog you. It takes a while for this to get rolling. The other thing, you could just get it the turn that you have it, and your opponents can't really interact, right?
Yeah, but
There's
then you're
no-
up like what? It's also twice as much mana.
I'm not saying it's a home run. I think it's a good card that I would put in any deck. Any deck.
That's because you're not very good at Magic. Next, we have Enhander. Oh, we have so much background on this. Okay. This feedback from last stream. Oh yeah, these cards are supposed to be playable in any format. Demonic Prelude. This is a Jund instant with the type Demon. It is a 3 mana instant that is also a 2/2 and has flying. It says create 2 1/1 black and red demon creature tokens with spells you cast from a graveyard cost 1 less to cast. You can also ritual summon for 11. You may cast this card from your graveyard for its ritual summon cost. If you do, replace its card type with creature. When it's next put into a graveyard, exile it. Spell abilities it had become triggered abilities that trigger when this permanent enters.
That's an interesting design space.
Very charitable of you. Yes.
I don't know how I feel about it.
We saw some that were ridiculously fucked up. This one is way more reasonable. I mean,
let me get this straight. So you have 2 1/1s, and they reduce the cost of the spell by 1. So the ritual summon itself is actually 2 less. Is that correct?
Yeah. So the ritual summon is 9 for a 2/2 that makes 2 1/1s.
But you already got 2 1/1s.
Right, for 3
I
mana.
mean, yeah, for very hard to cast 3 mana, but do these fly? They're not. They do not fly.
They don't fly.
I feel like
The
they
9
should
mana,
fly.
the 9 mana 2/2 flies.
Little demon 1/1s should definitely fly, but I don't know. I'm playing this card, but it seems bad.
All right, next. Flint, Skybound Artificer, a 4 mana Bant 3/3. Creature spells you cast have as an additional cost to cast this. You may transpose 1. If you do, you may cast this spell as though it had flash and it enters with a flying counter. Transpose 1 is exile target spell or ability that you control on the stack. Activated abilities with a cost of exactly 0 cannot be exiled this way. So whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you gain 1 life.
Why are you guys making my brain hurt this early in the stream?
That's what I'm saying. This is Enhander shit. Enhander's crazy.
So you have to put something on the stack, and then you cast another creature.
Yes, if you put something on the stack, you can exile it to cast a creature spell as a cost to cast a creature spell with flash and give it a flying counter.
So the transpose gives creatures flash, or you have to have a flash creature?
It gives them flash.
Gives them flash. This card is bad. I'm not dealing with this.
This card is...
I don't know.
Is this the type of card you would bolt because it has too much text?
100%.
You see like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing with this. It can't be good.
Maldhound's definitely using a story I told on the Good Time Boys podcast, where I was actually playing in a modern PT, and like someone played an X3 with a lot of text, and I was just like, I'm just gonna bolt that. We're just not gonna figure out how bad that is for me right now. Won that game. I'm bolting this 100%.
Next we have Gossiping Guard, a 2 mana 2/6. I'm gonna give you a moment to recover from that. It has Defender. Whenever an opponent attacks you, that opponent may exile this creature. If they do, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the end of combat. It also has Oblivion. When this creature is put into exile from anywhere other than a library, scry 1, then make a clue token.
It's a cute design space. So like it's good against like aggro decks because they'll have to keep exiling it and blinking it, and you get to scry and create clues, which is nice. And it blocks really well, so it forces them to have to do the thing. So it's neat in like a control deck. And I could see playing this even in limited.
Hell yeah. I think this one was changed from, I'd be interested to hear your opinion on the previous one. The previous version of this, it was a 4/6, and it made a treasure.
We just had in Good Time Boys talking about how much you hated clues. I love clues, so
I love clues. I just think they're bad. I just think that everyone's like, oh my god, I made a fucking clue. This is how I take over the world.
The funny thing is, I think in 1v1 this is actually not as good because they could just give you clues. You don't have the resources to spend them because you're trying to recover from the more aggressive deck. But in a 4-player game, it's going to go long and nobody wants to give you clues. Nobody wants to give you that inevitability card draw. So they're just going to attack each other. So it's more of a deterrent. This is a really cool design space. I think 2/4 obviously is scarier, but not by a ton because the premise is that you are just getting rid of it when you're attacking, so I think that's neither here nor there.
Britbread, oh no, it was a 4/6, not a 2/4, but yeah, also neither here nor there, because you just get rid of it when you attack. Britbread, thank you for the 23 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. Congrats on your last day of work. I hope it is for a good reason. Next, we're looking at Haveni, Council Archmage, an Esper 2/3. Whenever one or more cards you own are put into exile from a graveyard, put a counter on a creature you control. This only triggers once each turn. Whenever one or more cards you own are put into exile from your hand, draw a card.
What are we using to exile stuff from our hand?
We're probably playing like Oops All Foretell. That's what I would imagine.
Like 3 Foretell cards that are any good?
All right, calm down. There's Plot.
Plot, I guess.
Thunder Junction was an entire set. Karn Liberated. Thank you, Sageker.
What about Adventure?
That doesn't. I don't think that puts into exile from hand because you cast that, right? So it goes onto the stack from your hand. Oh, Suspend.
But wouldn't Plot be the same? No, I guess not.
No, Plot. It goes directly to exile. Pitching to Force of Will. So there's stuff. I think this is cool. I think that's neat.
I think that this is a cool design space that would need a lot of support to make work. I don't think this is good enough in the current Magic environment.
I agree with that. Enhander says this is like part of a greater custom set that does have all that stuff.
Then I'm for it. Then this seems like a cool archetype.
All right, next, the Insightful Merchant, Bant 2-Brid, Tiefling Citizen, 2/4 with Transpose 2 and tap, scry 1, then draw a card. This is exile 2 different spells or abilities that you control on the stack. I hate that. I'm going to speak to something about the limited environment, and Nerdgirl can correct me as the person who's much smarter about that. If this is going to work in the set, right, this requires you to have such a large amount of abilities or like cheap spells that you can be throwing around to have a hope in God of ever transposing, and that sounds like a mentally exhausting mess.
Yeah, the only time you're getting that many triggers on the stack is definitely not in limited, and it's things with like Blood Artist, I guess. Right?
Blood Artist,
things
yeah,
that make like a billion triggers, and I have zero interest in spending that much brain power trying to figure out how to transpose this card.
Right, like there's an idea with transpose, but I think if your set can support cards that have a cost of transpose 2 on them reasonably or like reliably, I think that is its own problem. But I think like transpose 1, and then there's a bunch of cards that have harmful effects. Like I suppose you could do like, oh, I played Demonic Pact, and when I get to the part where I lose the game, I transpose that. Like that's cool. But transpose 2, I begin to get very, very afraid about how complicated or how like just dirtly we're gonna be. So we're moving on.
I'd be worried that the set would have too much things happen, like too many
Yeah.
triggers without things that want to transpose. So then you get this very cumbersome
Yeah.
format. Or you end up the opposite where you have all the transpose and you don't have enough spells that you want to eat.
Yeah. Next, we have Mind Raised Fanatic, a 3-mana 5/5 with Flash. This creature enters tapped. When it enters, exile 2 cards from your hand. If you don't, sacrifice it. Okay, so this is a decent example of thing you want to transpose. That's kind of cute. Extremely good creature, but I have to go way down on cards for it.
Do you have to transpose, or are you trying to do that thing where
I think
whenever you exile a creature, or whenever you exile what?
I think it's meant to work for either. I think this is meant to be like, if you have a transpose deck, this synergizes. If you are running, or you can run this in that commander deck about drawing cards when you exile from hand. So it's meant to support both strategies.
This sounds terrible for transpose though, right? Why would this synergize with transpose?
Because you play a 3-mana 5/5, and then you transpose the ETB trigger to get value for something else.
I see, the ETB trigger. I was thinking about you transposing the card on the stack.
No.
Yeah. Either.
Abilities, yeah. So you can have these. So you can print more like of the hunted horror type effects where you have a ostensible downside and then you go zoop.
And transpose also works with like what Lotus Field triggers? You could just
them. Yeah, Airball would be very happy. Airball would be very happy in this world.
That is very nasty. I would hate to have, in the limited environment, to have the deck full of those things and just draw only the really bad half of ETB.
Right, it makes for extremely high variance. Like, either you high roll and you're like, fuck yeah, 3-mana 5/5, and I drew a card. What's up, bitches? Or you're like, all right, I guess I've... Oh, man.
I guess I mulliganed to 4.
I guess I mulliganed to 4, exile 2 of them. Okay, next... we have the Painter of Dreams, a Grixis 1/5 with imprint. When they enter, exile the top 4 cards of your library, put one of them into your graveyard and one of them into your hand. Whenever this creature attacks, choose a triggered ability from a card with mana value 3 or less exiled by this card without an idea counter on it. This creature gains that ability, then put an idea counter on that card. You need Jesus, man. I don't even believe in him, and I don't think anybody should, but you need him.
Too many things for my brain. You had me a little bit with the Grixis expressive iteration situation, and then we just could get rid of the let's just delete, copy, pasta, delete the whole second bit there.
Yeah, I think this is... I think because of the nature of triggered abilities, this is going to end up being a disaster any way you slice it. I think the most complicated you could go is if you go the route of the expressive iteration. Right, imprint is also, I think, already a thing that does something different in Commander. So on top of that, it would have to be
in Commander, right? It's like in Lotus.
Oh yeah. You would have to go like on ETB. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one into your graveyard, put one into your hand, and exile one under Painter of Dreams. Painter of Dreams has all abilities of the card exiled with it. Done. That is as freaky as you get.
I think that's a cool creature built-in expressive iteration on steroids. That seems fun.
Yeah. All right, next we have Palomir's Scorn, a 2-mana Warlock Zombie instant. Target creature gets +1/+1 in Death Touch. Then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. It's a 2/2 with a ritual summon of 7. So you don't get the bite when it's an instant. You just get +1/+1 in Death Touch. And then for a 7-mana 2/2, it is also a Death Touch Bite spell.
It's interesting. I feel like 2 mana instant +1/+1 bite is too good. That is something I would windmill slam in any limited format. The other thing I was wondering is like, why ritual summon? Is this not just like a different take on adventures? Right? You cast the instant or sorcery side of the spell, and then you can cast the creature
Oh
for the
shit,
adventure.
Endhander, I think you just got cooked. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh no, I'm
Did I
sorry to
mess up?
say. No, I'm. You've reduced the man.
I'm
Cause,
sorry.
cause Elk and I, Elk and I
I
had
didn't mean
screamed
to.
about this event like, but it's a cool idea. I think you've turned this man into a balsamic reduction. This is just adventure, but but with razzmatazz.
Now there is some graveyard interaction, right? You could return spells back, or you could someone could remove it, whereas they can't interact with it. So this is actually, I feel like, a weaker adventure in some ways, but because you're allowing someone to interact with it in the bin. But I feel like it's a lot of unnecessary hoops to just make
Yeah.
an adventure card.
I am inclined to agree. I almost like what we're doing, but the adventure comparison is just ripping me in half.
You know what would be really cool if ritual summon, so the reason you have it is you have this outlandish cost,
Mhm.
but what do you need to for a ritual? You need people summoning, you need a seance. So what if you could use creatures to convoke the spell out and you bump the cost a little bit, so it's like those creatures are summoning this demon thing, whatever it
Or
is,
we just
after
go
you've used the
full
adventure?
or we just go full Yu-Gi-Oh and let you like emerge and be like you ritual summon by sacrificing creatures.
Oh yeah, that's also cool. I like that too. That's a good, it's just like a flavorful take on the idea of a ritual summon
Yeah.
after having used the what is effectively the adventure side. I like it. It's
Mhm.
cool. It's cute.
And then all right, Rested Adventurer. A 3 mana red 1/4. They're an elf wizard with imprint. On ETB, exile the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 into your graveyard, choose a static, activated, or triggered ability from among the remaining cards with a mana value of 3 or less. This creature gains that ability for as long as that card remains exiled. You may play the remaining card until the end of the next turn, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, untap this creature. This one seems less unwieldy than the Grixis one. I think this is, again, begging for the most upsettingly high variance format outside of walking into a casino at 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
I
Like,
feel like this is a lot of hoops to jump through for like fine value. Like it's an impulse draw, you get some extra abilities, but like you get the abilities, it's still a 1/4. So it's got to be some sort of like tap or trigger.
yeah, you're
Um,
fishing.
and if you whiff on that, then it feels awful.
Right.
And it's only in ETBs, so you can't reuse it, and you end up with this a 1/4 that in an elf. What does red care about elves? I don't know. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I think this one's the closest for me on imprint, but it's still, it seems like all roads end in either I high roll and I make some type of like broken loop, or I spend 3 mana on the clean worst card I have seen in my life.
Agreed.
And then there's one more from the bottom of the thread because it got replaced. So scroll down way to the bottom for Herald of the Temples, a 3 mana white 3/3. You can't cast spells from a zone that you have cast a spell from this turn. I'm going to spit, man. The first spell you cast from your hand each turn costs 2 more to cast. Whenever you cast a spell, create a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying and vigilance. Ooh, I'm kind of back.
All right, so this is incentivizing us to play from plot or adventure or
Yeah, play from exile, play from graveyard, play from anywhere that's not my hand.
mhm.
But if you do any of that, now you get extra 4/4, and it's not super type locked. Like something. There's some angel card that's like only on enchantments.
It's interesting because it lets you play a bunch of different things, like you said, from graveyard, from exile, from wherever, even from your hand at like the added cost. You can get multiple 4/4s.
I think I guess that you can't cast spells from a zone that you've cast a spell from this turn does help it a lot, because then you can't just go like, you can't do like Boros Storm and just exile Storm off.
Well, usually Storm wouldn't work anyway, right? Because you're usually creating a copy of the spell, which would not trigger the angel ability anyway.
I just meant like Storm in the sense of getting a high Storm count, not in the sense of playing a Storm spell and making 1,000,000.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I think this seems like the type of cool card that they stopped printing because nobody wants to play it. Unfortunately.
Yeah, this feels like there's going to be a way to break it, and I hate it, and I don't want this card to exist. Or it feels like a very fair thing that's just giving you an incentive payoff for having your foretell or plot deck, and then it's very reasonable and fun. So I could go either way on this.
I think it's dope. I just think Wizards would never make it because it's too. If you don't get around it, it's literally like, and for my next trick, I've fucked myself. But then if you do get around it, it feels really, really great.
Chat is mentioning airbending. I think that's a pretty cool mechanic here.
Oh yeah, airbending would be fucking incredible with this. Okay, we're gonna move on to Kytera. These are a pair of commander cards. First, we have Kaya the Usurper, a 4-mana Boros 2/2. When Kaya enters, target player becomes Monarch. If you're the Monarch, Kaya gets +2/+2 and has hexproof. Whenever an opponent becomes the Monarch, for each other opponent, goad up to 1 target creature that opponent controls.
That's interesting, because you can get the bonus however you like it, and you could give someone else the Monarch, goad the thing, and then hit them.
Yeah.
Like, give whoever's open, and then you just get it back, and Kaya gets the protection anyway, but you also got to goad a creature along the way for free. The turn she ETBs, I think that's neat.
I think this is doing a similar type of thing the other Golbez was doing in the scene boxes. And I do like playing with Monarch in a different way. I find this less satisfying than the Theft, but that's because I love stealing and taking things.
Yeah, I like this. And Orzhov's pretty good at defending the monarchy as well.
Yeah. I like it. It's cute. Next, we have Hieronymus, a 5-mana 5/6 with Urgata. Whenever they enter or attack, create a black aura curse named Urgata. Attach to target opponent with enchant player, and at the beginning of their end step, enchanted player loses 2 life. Whenever Hieronymus attacks, if you control 10 or more curses, each opponent loses 5 life for each curse attached to them. That's steep. That's fucking steep. I think Magic as is, that's probably fine. Because how many curses do you get in mono black?
There's not a lot. And the cool thing about this is like it's not evasive, right? They could just block this and kill this. It's not incredibly cheap. You could kill it the turn it comes in. I feel like this is fine.
This is the type of thing where if you showed me this as a custom commander for a deck that was 99 legal Magic cards, I would think it was super tight. And if you said, this is part of my all custom commander deck, I am running screaming from the room because I presume that you have designed 60 custom 1-mana curses that copy themselves. If anything, you could probably find a way to make this a little bit better, because if everything else is legal Magic, it's pretty steep to get these curses, to get this curse count high enough.
I was trying to think of things that manipulate and copy enchantments, and most of that stuff's going to be in white. So I don't see this being a problem, like you said, with 99 legal Magic cards.
Definitely, it's like, if this gets printed, goes into the 99 of Lind instantly, and I think very few people run it as commander.
Sorry, I don't know why my doorbell just rang.
That's fucked up of you. But next, we're moving on to Alec Man's Age of Sigmar custom set. This is meant to be playable in both Limited and Commander, so Nerd Girl, you can bring out the GAT this time. Alright, these are in groups of 4, one collection for each of the 3 color factions in the set. So first, we have the Venaria Rallian Sentinel. This is a 2-mana 2/2 with a squad of 3 with reach, and whenever they become tapped, scry 2. This is a common, and Nerd Girl walked away. That's fucked up. I'm gonna laser beam ads into your head, and I'm gonna go pee-pee, because I'm a good boy. I'll be right back, everybody. Evil.
Sorry about that, guys. Someone just kept knocking. Oh, now Maul's gone. Big timing! I'm so sorry. Anyway, I'll entertain you guys. Yeah, I was gonna just leave it, but they kept knocking and Hammy kept barking and it wasn't gonna get any better, so I decided to go tell them to go away. Save us from the ads. I'll do my best. Look at the card, Nerd Girl. Okay, I'll start evaluating this on behalf of Malltown, and you guys can tell me how terribly I did. Okay, 2/2 for 2, squad, pay 3. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may pay 3 any number of times. Multi-kicker. When this creature enters, create that many tokens that are copies of it. Interesting. So is that just make babies on multi-kicker formats? When this creature becomes tap, scry 2. It's interesting. It's interesting. I'm going to think about that for a sec while Maul's gone. One sec.
Alright, I'm back. Oh, Hammy. Oh, sweet Hammy. The streamers are gone, so nobody will see I'm gay. Bork! You homosexual. Good job.
Hamlet has a cone on still, and he can't make it up the stairs by himself. I have to carry him.
That's fucking
So-
adorable. That's fucking adorable. Alright, how do we feel about squad on a common?
I feel like, why do we have multi-kicker paired with, what's the baby making mechanic?
I think that's called sex.
No, there's an offspring. Thank you, Elect Man. Yeah, this is offspring, multi-offspring, multi-kicker offspring.
Yeah, I mean, squad's from 40k. Like, that's a real thing already.
I think this is fine.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
I would play this in limited. I don't think it's gonna break anything, is it?
No, there was a the first round of these. I was quite worried because it seemed as though, because Elegant's gonna be like, it wasn't everything. It felt like everything had squad and flanking, and so we were like, oh, combat's gonna be a fucking disaster, man. But they have made a lot of adjustments since then, and so, like, yeah, a couple instances of squad are going to be fine. We will move on to Beam of Hish, a 4-mana instant with Convoke, deals 5 damage to target attacking or blocking creature.
This seems very reasonable. This feels like
High praise.
This feels like limited removal from 5 years ago.
Very high praise. Next, we have Huracan Wind Mage, a 3-mana Azorius 1/2 with flying, and whenever this creature becomes tapped, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent you control. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step.
I love blink value. This is a fun card. It's not overly statted on its own. Elf Wizard is cute. I like blink value.
It can blink itself, but then you probably don't get anything from it, AMC. Like you could you could swing with it, blink, not get the combat damage.
Well, the really cool thing about this, though, is it says whenever this creature becomes tapped. So
Right.
if you have water bending on board, you have permanent blink protection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
I like that. I feel like that's really cute. Works well with Convoke, Cecil points out. So yeah, waterbending, convoking, crewing vehicles. You just always have up that protection.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, mwah, beautiful.
Next, we have Lightning Reactions, a banned instant. Exile another target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it. It deals damage equal to its power to up to one target creature you don't control.
Interesting. We've combined all of the colors, right? We're blinking, we're putting counters, we're fighting. I like the Bant powers come to be. I like it. It's really cool. They should definitely have like the picture should incorporate all three of the like color identities.
Yeah, we need a third bitch in here. Next, we have the Tetratic Cohort, a 5-mana 2/3 that on ETB makes 2 1/1 skeleton horror creature tokens with flying, and it has Reconstruct, which means you can cast this card from your graveyard by sacrificing a permanent in addition to its other costs, and it enters with a finality counter.
Interesting. This seems fine. It's pricey, but not too pricey for what you get. The Reconstruct is a cool little mechanic for it to give you some extra bonus, and it feels like a thing I want is 4 blue flying spirit horror token skeletons.
Yeah, and if you did it with all the flicker shitheads, then you just make a million birds and peck everybody to death, which I think is the type of payoff you want for draft.
Yes. It wouldn't prevent the finality counter, but it would
Well, if you
blink
just
without ever getting it, right?
Right, yeah, before it ever went into your graveyard.
Mm-hmm. I like it. Plus, you can actually use one of the skeletons to do it itself, just in the more reasonable way that it's like, designed on
Yeah.
paper for limited.
Mm-hmm. All right, next we have Reform Ranks, a 3-mana common instant. Choose one. Exile up to 2 creatures you control, return them to the battlefield under their owner's control at the beginning of the next end step, or choose 2 creatures controlled by different players. Return those creatures to their owner's hands.
This is too underpriced for what you're getting, isn't it? Choose 2 creatures controlled by different players. That's interesting. So this is not understated in limited draft because 3 mana for bounce 1 thing is fine. It's usually 2 mana or 4 mana if you're getting like a redraw, or exile 2 target creatures you control, return them. It's good for ETB. This feels like a very fine thing to do. I think if it doesn't say 2 different opponents, it's too busted in limited. But because it does, it balances it and makes it reasonable for commander and for limited. So I think that's good.
Mm-hmm. Next, we have Load of Saturation, a 3-mana artifact. On ETB, 1 target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. You can sack the artifact to surveil 1, and it has Reconstruct.
Yeah, this is a little overpriced for the typical -3/-3, but you can reconstruct it, so that makes sense. This seems balanced.
Yeah, it basically says it's 1 extra mana for Surveil 2 and Flashback of the same cost, right?
Yeah. Feels maybe a little strong, but not overly so.
Mm-hmm. All right, next, Liege Immortis, a 3-mana Esper 3/3. Vigilance. When this creature attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. If this creature entered from your graveyard or you cast it from your graveyard, draw 2 cards instead, and then it has Reconstruct.
My question is how do we denote that it has entered from the graveyard or was cast from the graveyard for a long period of time? Normally, that is a ETB trigger. If it was, when this ETBs, make a 1/1. If it came from your graveyard or whatever, make 2 1/1s. And so it auto checks right there and then. But this is what if you reconstruct it, you have to then.
But it
it is when
isn't.
it enters.
Yeah.
Oh, for some reason I
It's-
thought it was when it attacked.
I think the
That was my bad.
period's throwing me off. Because when this creature enters, draw a card, period, then discard a card, period.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I totally misunderstood. I thought it was an attack trigger, and I was concerned about the formatting. But ETB is fine. I think this is reasonable.
Excellent. Yet another banger from Alec Man. Night Runner, a 2-mana 1/1 with squad of 3, skulk, and sacrifice this creature. Target creature you control connives.
It has squad. I'm trying to figure out how I want to break the squad. I mean, this seems insane for ninjutsu decks.
Yeah. I mean, I think squad is, because this is a Warhammer set, it's mainly just supposed to represent that you have a little army.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just like, oh, hey, this feels less bad to draw late in the game. Versus, I don't really think you break it for command.
I'm into the Skaven, right? Do you guys remember the Skaven high elf like little duel box where you got like half an army of both and you could like battle that out? That was a fun little box.
Okay, but not unreasonable. Little skulker.
Not unreasonable. Good for ninjas.
Okay, then we have Crack's Call, a 4-mana red sorcery with Runation. Costs 2 less to cast if there are cards with total mana value 13 or greater among cards in your graveyard. Deal 4 damage to target creature or battle. So 4 mana for 4 damage early in the game, maybe 2 mana for 4 damage if you have a full graveyard.
Sorcery speed?
Yeah, sorceries.
Boo! This isn't making the cut unlimited.
So it needs to be instant speed?
At the very least. Like, we're paying a huge tax here. Like, we already have 4 damage for 2 mana sorcery speed that like exiles the card. Why are we paying this huge tax on it?
Because maybe you get it for 2 though. You could get it for 2.
But it's already
Way
cost
later.
2. Like Lava Coil cost 2. Can't hit battles, but nobody plays battles anyway.
In this set they do. This set is based primarily around battles that are called control points, which rather than having a flip side, when you play the battle on your field, and when it is removed by your opponent gets it.
But I feel like we get things like Lava Coil that already do a thing like exile when it's relevant to exile things in limited formats.
Mm-hmm.
So we could just add that on for free here without it being any additional cost.
Okay.
4 is way too much. 2 is reasonable, but you shouldn't have to meet a bunch of nonsense to make that happen.
Okay.
Boo.
All right, next we have Storm Vermin, a 2-mana uncommon 2/2 with a squad of 3, and this creature has +1/+1 and Menace if you have met Runation, which is like Threshold but for mana value.
Fine. No reason not to play that. Feels very limited. Feels like something I would play in a deck. I would draft it. No problem.
Next we have Warp Gale, a 5-mana Grixis sorcery. Costs 2 less if you've discarded a card this turn. Look at the top 5 of your library, put 2 into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard. Warp Gale deals damage to target creature or battle equal to the greatest mana value among cards you put into your graveyard this way.
This seems insane.
Interesting. Elaborate.
So there's like always like there's usually an is it card that does something similar where it's like draw 2, discard a card.
Yeah.
Or, electro something. And if you discard a non-land, deal 4, or discard a non-land, deal X, where X is the CMC. And that feels very reasonable. But this is look at the top 5. You're going to get 2 of those cards, and the rest go in the graveyard. So it's not even forcing you to discard a card that you already have that's valuable. You get to just get the 2 most valuable cards and then bin like the biggest dumb idiot you can. And it does a cool thing. So this feels very limited playable. If you have things like blood tokens in the format where you get to discard or madness, that seems really cool. I like it. Faithless looting.
Excellent. And then do you have any strong opinions on Storm Vermin being common versus uncommon? Because Alec Man is asking about that.
Storm vermin. That was the last one.
Yeah, that was
Let
the
me-
little black rat we looked at.
He does not. I do not feel like he needs to be uncommon. I feel like he can be rare, or common. I mean, he doesn't
Interesting.
seem quite good enough to have to be a signpost. But then again, you've seen more of this overall draft environment than I have, so
Mhm.
I
I
just-
know very little about rarities. I think Veggie on a previous one suggested nudging him to uncommon from common. And I've seen a lot of this draft environment, and I also know about as much as draft as my little kitties do.
my thought on the okay, so for the storm vermin, 2 for 2, very reasonable. It's most likely that you're going to want to cast this on 2 anyway. If you're casting it for 5, 2/2/2s doesn't seem unreasonable. And then the ruinous thing doesn't take it into effect until much, much later in the game. So for
Mhm.
limited, that's typically when games are starting to close out anyway. So I think this is a very good like signpost common, where it's like one of the rarer ones, but ones that you're very happy to pick up. I would
Okay.
put this at common.
Excellent. Veggie can go screw himself. Next, we have Ogor Glutton, a 3 mana 3/3 common with a squad of 4 and menace. It also has Engorge 4. This creature gets +2/+2 until the end of your turn. Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. You activate Engorge by sacrificing a permanent and paying the difference in mana cost between this and the sacrificed permanent.
I'm trying to figure out how this works. Sorry, my
So-
brain is like not piecing
So you
it
get a
together.
3/3, and then if I have like a 4 mana creature, I can sacrifice it and pay 4 mana minus the creature's cost, which is 4 mana, to give this
0.
guy to pay 0 to give this guy +2/+2, but only during my turn and only once.
I mean, a 3/3 menace for 3 is already a fine statted card. With the upside of being able to squat him up late in the game, makes your curve fillers reasonable. It gives your curve fillers like a much higher value long term over the game. And then the engorge, I don't care about. I think that is an okay thing. The format does seem to care a little bit about sacrifice, so you get a nice little bonus. It's at instant speed, but only on your turn. I think that's very reasonable. But I think this is a good statted card on its own without the engorge. So I feel like that puts it in the playable range in a limited environment. And that seems to be what we're focusing on with this particular set, right? Seems more
Yeah,
limited
we want
oriented
it-
than Commander.
We want it playable in Commander, but I think the commons and uncommons are much more focused about limited health, and then the rares get a little bit more commandery.
Yeah, I think this is fine.
All right, next we have Ogor Gorger, a 4 mana Rakdos 3/3 with Menace and Trample. It attacks each combat if able, and it has Engorge of 6. Put 2 counters on this creature. If you sacrifice a permanent with mana value 3 or greater, draw a card. Activate only as a sorcery.
Okay, but the engorge here is not discounted, right? That's not a mechanic of engorge. That was
That is a
of the last
mechanic.
card.
That is a mechanic of Engorge. This
Okay.
is discounted by whatever you sacrifice.
And if you sacrifice 3 or greater, you also get to replace that card. This seems
Yeah.
very good. 4 mana, 3/3 trample menace. Already great. This creature attacks each combat if able is a little bit scary. I think this is an uncommon and can do some pretty messed up stuff in the sacrifice stuff. I like this. The replacement effect is really cool. This sounds like a fun and limited environment. I would be down to play something like this.
Woo! Next, Ogor Booker, a 3 mana Gruul 3/4. Whenever you activate an ability of a creature you control that is not a mana ability, target creature you control gains trample and gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Only triggers once each turn.
It's hard to evaluate without seeing the rest of the like cards, right? Because how many non mana abilities are there in Gruul? Like the number one ability
One
that I tend to
fucking
have in my
million.
limited Gruul smashy stuffs are like mana dorks.
Mm-hmm.
So if those are all mitigated, then... But you're not sacrificing anything. You don't need a lot of those abilities to trigger this every single turn. So this feels like a signpost uncommon. It's just going to depend on the strength of the cards that surround it in the limited environment.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. I agree in exactly the same words Nerd Girl said, so I sound as smart as her. Next, the Ogre Slaughtermaster. Oh, Little Mixed Doom, thank you for the 10-bit cheer. Yeah, they have a mana cost. Like it, yes, we understand the intent is to use the squatted. If you're paying 7 mana to get a free +2/+2 next turn, that is okay. All right, next, Ogre Slaughtermaster, a 4-mana Jund 4/4 with Trample and Engorge of 2 and a Jund. Distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures you control. Activate only once each turn and only as a sorcery.
And Engorge is not like Convoke. You can't pay mana colors.
You can.
Based on...
You can pay colors with the sacrifice thing.
Okay, so if I sacrificed something that was 2 in Jund, this costs 0.
Yes.
Yeah, Signpost uncommon, 4/4 trample for 4, already in. This feels appropriately with an appropriate rarity as well as an appropriate signpost.
Mm-hmm. I would hate this guy. You play this on turn 4, and then I don't have removal, and then you land drop, make him a 7/7 with trample. I'm spitting. And that's because I didn't draft enough removal, and that's my fault. But I'm clenching my fist.
Yeah, removal is very good. It feels like these signposts and the fact that we're seeing multiple signposts that are fitting within the same archetype means removal is going to be even more key. So my goal is to have them sacrifice up all of their fodder and then just blow up their like payoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're going to need a lot of premium removal here for sure.
Next, the Free Guild Fusilier. A 2-mana 2/2 with a squad of 2 and regiment of 4. This creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. Regiment is waterbending without artifacts.
I see. Huh. 2/2 for 2. That's fine. Squad, it scales, and then it's got so you could tap 5 mana, or you can waterbend creatures only to do the pinging. Yeah. These are really cool mechanics. There's what was the one? There was one in Ixalan that was like a little pinger similar. You could tap him and artifacts, I think, and creatures, like tap 3 things to ping for 1. It was very similar, and that card was good. Mm-hmm. And I think this card is going to be better. Mm-hmm. Because the squad, you know, the ability doesn't stack that much. Like you still need the 5 bodies or 5 mana. So having more than one doesn't help too much, except for the fact that it's 1 additional body. So squatting this for 2 additional seems good. Sunshot Militia. Thank you, DJ. Yeah, I think this is a good card. It feels closer to an uncommon, but again, that's going to depend on how much support there is for Regiment.
Mm-hmm. Next, we have the Free Guild Storehouse, a 2-mana artifact. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 3 or more tapped creatures, put a storage counter on the artifact. You can remove 2 storage counters from the artifact to make your choice of a clue, food, or treasure token. Activate only as a sorcery.
Interesting. So you have to have 3 or more tapped creatures. And then you have to do that multiple times before you can start getting clues, treasures, foods. It doesn't feel like the kind of thing I want to be doing in green. Like, you have no evasion typically. It feels too risky, too slow, too... It seems like an okay payoff, but it doesn't pay you off for what green's trying to do. They're not trying to draw 2nd card per turn. They're not trying to do anything. And needing 3 tapped creatures in a color that doesn't incentivize you to have vehicles, to have water bending, it's not incentivizing you to do what green is wanting to do, and the payoff is also not in green. So this does not feel worth it.
Now, it does work with Regiment, which green does also have.
Okay, so is Regiment is more of the Gruul thing? I thought the Gruul was a little bit more of the Engorge.
It seems like Jund is Engorge.
Okay.
I don't understand how Naya is being split, but I do. But next is Free Guild Cavalier Marshal, who is 2, a green and a white for a 4/4. At the beginning of combat on your turn, untap each creature you control, and then Regiment of 6 creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. So it's Naya gets to do Regiment, Jund gets to do Engorge.
I mean, honestly, this feels just good enough without the Regiment. It seems very, very good. 4 mana for a 4/4 that gives all of your creatures effective vigilance. That seems great. And then the Regiment is a nice cherry on top. Feels very strong. I would definitely consider this an uncommon.
Then we have the Alchemite Wayforger, Anaya 1/2 with Runic Crucible. Regiment of 6. Until end of turn, change the base power of each other creature you control to 1 plus the number of creatures you control.
Okay. But if you're tapping all those creatures, then that's not that good. So effectively, you would prefer to be tapping 6 mana and then lording everything into a 6/6 or whatever, however many creatures you have.
Well, you would
Seems
make
like what Naya wants to do.
Yeah, go wide, and then this is your limited Craterhoof.
Also, it is reasonable for blocks as well, right? Because it doesn't say only on your turn like all of the Engorgy type stuff does. So
that's true. Yeah.
You could just block and then convoke everything. The last thing I wanted to say, I didn't think about it until after you switched to the next card, is the last card feels a lot like one of the cards that we had recently in Limited. There was a 4/4, a Selesnya creature. I think it was like a 3/4 that did something very similar. Was that in Dragons of Tarkir? But it untapped all of your creatures like that. It didn't have Regiment, of course, but it was also like a home run. It was very good, and it doesn't feel like it was as good as this card. So I just wanted to put that out there.
This was based on Beast Rider Vanguard from Aetherdrift. Well, there's your problem. You have to use good sets, Alec Man.
So Alec Man, that's exactly the card I was thinking, saying that that card was very good in the limited format, and this card feels better. So thank you for letting me know I was not absolutely crazy. Oh, that's not the one.
This guy has nothing to do with.
Yeah,
not that one. Not. Wrong one. That's the name you told me. Veteran Beast Rider. Okay.
It was like a chick riding like a wolf. It was very good.
Oh, it is Veteran Beast Rider. Yeah. Same soup, different bowl.
Yeah, there she is. She was great. This card was a fantastic signpost, and yours feels stronger.
How can that be true? This card's 12 cents.
Limited, Malldown, limited.
It also, I mean, like, notably, I feel like this one's stronger because Veteran Beast Rider, it's too cheap to die to removal, but the Free Guild Cavalier Marshal at 4 does die to removal. And so that's like a pretty big, I think that's a pretty meaningful difference.
I hate you, Moldhound.
For viewers, I'm rage baiting Nerd Girl about a podcast episode that has not come out yet.
It comes out on Friday, and the theme is Dies to Removal, in which Moldhound knows nothing.
I know everything.
Nothing.
I'm right.
It is an hour and a half of me and Reggie being like, what the hell are you talking about?
I speak my truth, and the science is not there yet, but I'm going to lay out some very bold theorems that I need you all to understand I'm correct about.
No, it's awful. Like, it is a very entertaining hour and a half. You guys should totally watch it. But also, I just want to say I'm really proud of myself for recognizing what this card was based off of. So, yay. Good job, Alec Man. I like this.
All right, very, very good job, Alec Man. Next, we have Actual Milk's 1-point card redeem, Beg. A 1-mana white spell that says counter target spell unless its opponent plays 0. Please, bro, just let me do my thing first. Please, please, please. I think everybody gets one of these in their command zone, no matter your colors. We all need one.
I don't understand.
Of course you don't. You don't know Mercy as a person.
Correct.
Cause,
Yeah.
because I'm casting this card at you and you're just stone facing me like, yeah, I pay 0. What do you mean?
I feel like this is what you do on every episode of Decked Out. You just get one of these every time in your command zone.
That's hateful. That's not nice. It's not nice. I didn't appreciate that. 1 second, my headphones are dying. I have to plug them in.
It's a joke card. I know.
Oh, Nerd Girl understands that. She's just like, you aren't funny. You aren't funny and you're dumb.
Isn't this an actual card if you make it pay 1? Isn't there?
Yeah, then it's mana type if you make it pay 1.
That's what. Yeah.
Elegman,
Which kind of feels like the same thing, honestly.
Elegman, I don't think we need to dig into that. I think the only disconnect was what the Naya archetype was. Next, we have Jake Grogan's Charlie Morningstar, a fucking... What's happening with this hybrid, dog? Oh, no, the rules are going to change for Commander. I'm sorry. They're going to change the rules because they've seen my very compelling YouTube argument. So 4 mana, red or white, but not both ever. 3/3. Whenever a creature spell would enter a graveyard, exile it instead. You may cast creature spells from exile by paying red or white equal to 3 plus their converted mana cost. They enter as 7/7 angels with flying in addition to their other types. I'm instantly vine booming. Don't make exile a second graveyard. Don't do it.
I agree. However, we already have stuff like this. What I would want to see is that they are exiled with a counter on them. Like Velgavoth does something like kind of similar, right?
Yeah, I
think
could
the only
see.
things that should at least count for this to balance it a little bit is to just ensure that it's not hitting everything that's already like the Jukabogged. It has to only be things that she sees go to the graveyard.
Yes, and I do think it should be connected to the card itself. Because we have Valgavoth, we have Doughty Voidwalker, we have that one Grixis bitch Maresil, but it should not be my commander is on the table, and so now exile is a zone I can freely reach into and grab my shit. I also think Wayward Sinners is kind of a weird... It's kind of weird for Boros, because the only way a creature's spell would go into a graveyard would be if it got countered, and even then I don't even think that's how the legalese goes down. Like, I don't think creature spells go into graveyards anyway.
It doesn't say your graveyard.
Right,
So
I'm not...
anything you kill, like you can just like lightning bolt it and then cast their stuff, right?
Well, yeah, but like if I kill your Ragavan is a creature card hitting the graveyard, not a creature spell. Because spells are on the stack, right? It's cards everywhere else.
Whenever a creature spell would enter the graveyard, exile it. Huh?
Right, that's the That's just like a templating thing that we have to fix with intent. And then Redeemed Souls is the thing where you don't just get to open the fridge up every time and reach into exile and pull out a hot dog, is my opinion.
Oh, agreed, but that is the way the card works, right?
Currently, yes.
Yeah. And I think the creature spell is also fine, because creatures are spells, and when they go into the graveyard, that if you're returning a creature spell from your graveyard, that is what that is. So even the templating doesn't seem too weird for me.
Does it?
It's too busted.
Real. Moving on. Next we have Gertrude Robinson, a 4-mana Jund 2/3 with menace. Spells you cast have bargain, and if this spell was bargained, each opponent loses 2 life. Whenever you sack an artifact or enchantment, put a counter on Gertrude Robinson.
You sacrifice an artifact. Okay.
I desperately want this to be dope. It is in fact just a modular deck, which is a little bit dope. Super fair though.
I mean, it makes casting things fun. Like
I
bargain is a
love
cool
casting.
mechanic.
I get to do a little something. Oh.
But I don't think she's doing enough to justify it, because you have to like have a bunch of bad spells that are making you clues, foods, whatever
Yeah.
crappy things you want to bargain, and then she gets a little something. This does feel limited-esque, like in the Wilds of Eldraine-esque bargain, when they were making enchantment rolls and stuff. That it feels like this would be playable, but it just feels like an uncommon.
Yeah.
Like a signpost. Nothing too flashy. Not something I'm interested in doing in Commander.
Next is Zan.
My dog is giving me so much attitude right now, and I don't know how to stop it.
I don't know. Maybe stop rage baiting him. Telling him he's wrong about removal and shit. Next is Zan Vesker, Navy Seer, a 4-mana mono blue 3/3. At the start of each pre-combat main phase, each player may reveal any number of cards from their hand. Players may not cast spells that have not been revealed this turn.
Oh my god. Stop freaking out.
I think that's almost cool. I want that to be dope. I feel like it ends up being a lot more clerical work than dope shit.
So it basically just bricks. So like creatures, things like that, I don't think I care. Even removal, I don't think I care too much about, but it bricks like combat tricks. And I feel like that's not something I care to do in any format.
Yeah, it's like the only place we're really bricking something is in lower power, where it feels mean-spirited to brick people.
Yeah, agreed. I'm not a fan of this card. You play it second main and it doesn't harm you, but it's not worth it.
Little Big Stu, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Important note, these commanders are designed with CDH partner. So treat these like they can partner with another single color creature. Okay. So these two are effectively partners, or can partner with any other monocolor creature. Vantis Master Displacer, a 4-mana 2/3 with Ward 2. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may return a non-token permanent you control to its owner's hand. The next spell you cast this turn that shows a card type with that permanent costs 2 less to cast. Okay, that feels like a reasonable partner design in that this is wildly insufficient by itself. Next is Jagan, Ruthless Strategist, a 3-mana 1/2 with Menace First Strike. He enters with a +1/+1 counter. And Morbid, at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, proliferate.
So both of these are designed with partner, and they're not designed to partner with each other?
Well, they're designed, so
Wow.
they're partner for a custom commander rule, which I think operates off of like what some limited commander environments do, which is they can partner with
Any
other
monocolor,
monocolor
yeah.
creatures. Yeah.
So these two don't feel like they go together, but I do like them both individually, like
Yeah.
the ETB bouncing like mechanic on the other one. And I love Morbid and I love Proliferate. I think that this lends itself well to a really fun design build. I like that. And he comes with the +1/+1 counter, so you automatically have that like Proliferate thing built into him. I think that's neat.
Yeah, I agree. These two should not be kissing in any situation. Both of them seem like cute little pieces of your value engine. I like that they are an upkeep and end step respectively, so we're not just going to be like mashing the button until we're soup. It's just, did you do the thing? If so, good. Get a little treat. Good boy. I like these.
I like both of this type of ability and like value engine in my commander decks. So this is definitely something I would play.
Elikman is also asking for that free guild storehouse card, that 2-mana green artifact that didn't do anything you wanted to do in green. Do you have any suggested fixes for what would make it something you want to do in green, or should he just take it back to the drawing board?
I mean, it is, I mean, clues, foods, green wants to do food and green has a hard time drawing. So it's not that I dislike the payoff. It just doesn't seem like a big enough payoff for what needs to be 3 tapped creatures that likely need to survive combat. So if there was a way, if it felt like there was enough of the tapping mechanic that seems to be lightly in Gruul, then I think that that would be reasonable if more signposts showed that we want to be tapping our stuff on our turn specifically, which I think is a huge downside. Like, I typically want to be using that Sunshot Militia on my opponent's end step. So there needs to be a lot more incentive to be tapping those to get that little tiny fringe benefit. And if it's not going to be that, then it's got to be like put counters. It has to be a snowbally effect that you've done the thing, you've survived, 3 creatures are tapped, a counter onto all your creatures. It needs to be something pretty substantial to make that worth the risk.
Excellent. I agree. Next, it's Aquitas Killer. They have the Mothman, a black 2/1 with Shadow and Shroud. You can look at the top card of your library at any time. For 2 mana, you can foretell the top card of your library face down. Its foretell cost is pay X, where X is its mana value. Activate this ability only during your turn.
Well, it doesn't say pay X where X is its mana value. It says pay X life specifically.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Which
Missed life,
is
yes.
an interesting take on like a Bolas Citadel foretell style, which I think is cool. Shroud and Shadow. Shadow's neat. This is a wonky card, but I'm kind of down for it.
I'm not. It's not Gwenum. It's Gwenum with fewer steps, quite frankly, because Gwenum
It seems less broken than Citadel.
A very high bar, to be sure. You've caught me. Sorry, you've caught me in a lie. I am a noted big fan of Bolas's Citadel and a big advocate for everybody to play Bolas's Citadel because of how much I love what Bolas's Citadel does.
Are you really, or is this a bit?
No, it's a bit. I hate Bolas's Citadel. I don't think it's broken. I just think that I don't know very much about the Mothman, but unless the Mothman is a crypto billionaire, I don't think this captures his feel very much. It's just like, okay, I play him. Maybe I can or can't foretell right away, but I like just foretell some massive shithead, and then I'm like, okay, pay 9 for Valgrind. Like, it's just, there's all these tricks going on to just be Bolas's Citadel in the command zone, but I pinky promise I'm not comboing, which doesn't grab me very much.
Yeah, it doesn't seem particularly flavorful, but again, I'm also not a huge Mothman person, so I'm not sure. It just seems like a less busted Citadel, easier to deal with, and that's a reasonable card in Commander, so this feels fine to me.
That is fair. I do not think it is broken. I just hate it. Deeply.
Fair.
Next, we have the Mask of the Red Death, a 5-mana legendary enchantment. All creatures attack each combat of Fable. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to you, put a bleed counter on it. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a -1/-1 counter on each creature that has 1 or more bleed counters. Whenever a creature with 1 or more bleed counters dies, make a blood token.
This is like a Toxrill blood token situation.
Less tox really, and more like delayed no mercy, because you don't get to just put this, like, they have to hit you. You have to cast this, and then they have to be like, yeah, I'm gonna smack you and get my bleed counter put on you.
All right, so the creature hits me, it gets a bleed counter, and then on my upkeep, I put a -1/-1 counter on every creature that has a bleed counter on it, and then Yeah, so it is a very non-effective tox roll with a weaker payoff with a lot more steps. Nah, too much, too much. What are we doing here? I want to keep
Yeah,
track. I don't want to keep track of both the bleed counter and the -1/-1 counters.
and for the payoff to be blood sounds. Yeah, this is likely what this smells to me like something that is very flavorful to whatever Mask of the Red Death is. And while you are explaining that to me, I will be taking a nice little nap on my side of the table.
I think that this would be cool, a neat mechanic in the design space of Doctor Who, where you're taking advantage of those upkeep triggers and resetting time to trigger multiple upkeeps.
Hmm.
But it still doesn't work if the creatures aren't hitting you, because in Commander they just don't hit you, and if they do, it's still you might just be dead because they hit you too much, or and this just takes too long, or you don't kill the important things. I don't know. This is too many hoops.
Hmm. All right, next we have Mothman Gerald, the Knifa ritual. A 2 and 2 black ritual enchantment. You may only control one in play at a time. Whenever a creature you control dies, you gain life equal to its mana cost. Otherwise, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature that is the exact same colors that you control.
No.
Why no?
I mean, the life gain is neither here nor there.
Mhm.
Maybe, with Bola Citadel type decks in the deck, you want to do that. Sure. The go wide counter stuff is cool. So I think it could be neat in a deck where you're sacking a lot of stuff and then you're just like going wider with counters, but that's a little counterintuitive. Like you don't really want to be sacking creatures regularly in a deck that's putting counters on all your stuff. So I don't know. It feels very
It
counterintuitive to what I want to be doing.
Yeah, this feels like a very, very punched down Mazarek, who, whenever anybody sacks a permanent, put a counter on each creature you control.
Yeah, but that's nice because you get the counters without
Right,
having to
that
sacrifice the
right.
thing that has counters on it.
And
Yeah.
that's what I mean by intuitive. This feels like Mazarek, but for one less mana, I get to kind of put a stick in the spokes of my own bicycle.
The other thing is like Mazarek's also a creature in and of
Yeah.
itself. This is an enchantment, so like it's not benefiting from those counters. So you've wasted a whole piece of cardboard to sack off the few things you have that are getting counters that are less than the amount with Mazarek because he's not on a body. So
Yeah.
no, thank you.
All right, next we have Ancestral Strength, a 5-mana ritual enchantment. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage on them, put a +1/+1 counter on them. Okay, 2 Vine Booms. 1 for robbing green directly, and then 2 for doing it incredibly, incredibly overrate. This is Sphere Grid, but bad? Right? Oh, no, no, no. Combat damage. Okay, so hitting and combat counts. I'm back on. I'm back on. You've saved it. No, no, no. It's not Sphere Grid, but worse. It's Sphere Grid, but different.
I don't want to see combat damage on this. If you want to make this red, because this feels like a very green effect, I agree. I want to see this on specifically not combat damage. I want to see the little pingers or the whatever the god is from Ixalan. Like
Oh, yeah,
anytime
yeah.
yeah, or when you attack the creature will deal 1 damage, and then it should get a +1/+1 counter from that, not from the combat damage in of itself. That feels too green.
I agree with that very much. Next, we have Yazan Barghouti, Cat Savior, a 4-mana Selesnya 3/3. Yazan gains +1/+1 for each non-token cat you control. Whenever you cast a cat spell, you may make a food. For green, green, white tap, sack all food tokens you control. Cats you control gain +1/+1 for each food sacrificed. I mean, sure. I'm not inspired, but I think this is yeah.
I think it's okay. The problem is that so many of the cat decks, especially in these colors, have cat tokens, and to minimize those on how you get food means you need to have other food support in the deck, which is just removing the amount of cats that you're getting. But like a lot of the good cats are making tokens and not casting cats themselves, or at least not a ton. So, and you're also removing like all the blue cats, the displacer kittens, and things like that. And he doesn't even benefit from the buff because he has to tap to sack the foods to give the buff. So now you have one major signpost rare that's not attacking here. Seems also wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think it still works out in bracket 2 as most thing does, because you just curve out with cats and then tap this guy on like turn probably 7 or 8. And you're like, okay, cats have +5/+5. Have a good day. I hope this kills you.
And you could get other like food support here as well. So there's a good combo food cat deck, which is fun, but it seems not quite good enough on his own.
Yeah. All right, next we have Asaroth, the Eldritch Orator from Adelaide, a 4-mana Azorius 3/5 with flying and ward 2. At the beginning of your upkeep, tap a creature and put a stun counter on it. Whenever a counter is removed from a card on the battlefield or in exile, put a +1/+1 counter on Asaroth.
This card seems insane. It has flying and ward too, and it's every turn gonna stun their stuff. This is busted. This is game-winning bombs right here.
Limited strikes again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yucky. I mean, this is just like you put one person in baby jail effectively forever, or even 2 people, right? Because you pick 2 players and you alternate. You pick 2 players and then you just alternate back and forth. Like, all right, your commander sucks now, then your commander sucks now. I like the counters being removed from things on battlefield. Put a counter on this guy. I just despise the play pattern that we are incentivizing here, because we probably want the rest of the deck to also be stun counters. And it's just like, what if I held you down and kicked you, bro? What's up?
I like that though.
Of course you like that.
Stun
Would you like it?
broken.
Would you like it if I played this against you? Can
I'll still kill you.
Can I bring this on the next decked out game?
Absolutely.
Oh my god! All right, I'm saving this. I'm gonna ruin your fucking. I'm gonna ruin your
This
fucking
doesn't seem
life.
that bad. It seems like a souped up version of the Wilds of Eldraine like stun deck, and I think that was a fun play pattern. I didn't hate that. It's tempo oriented. It doesn't seem too broken. You kill this thing and the stun counters go away.
Crazy, insane. We're moving on to Pejman.
What?
Next we have Artoria, King of Knights, a Jeskai 5-mana 4/4 with First Strike, Vigilance, Ward 2. Whenever a legendary knight you control enters, you may search your library and or hand for an equipment card with equal or lesser mana value and put it on the battlefield attached to that creature. If you search your library, shuffle. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, it's more expensive than Light Paws.
There was a Wilds of Eldraine sub-knight theme, but it was in red, white, black. Not blue. And I think that there are quite a few legendary knights there that would be really fun in this archetype. You would lose out on the blue, but there's not a lot of blue equipments anyway. So I almost feel like this would be better in a Mardu color theme. Because Mardu's always classically been the knights. Like there's the knight Triland. So yeah, this feels slightly off to me, but I like the formatting of it. Those knights also did tend to have First Strike. The white one had Vigilance, so it feels very on point. I just want to see this in Mardu.
Yeah, the wording specifically doesn't include her, doesn't it? Doesn't whenever a legendary knight you control enters on a legendary knight trigger that knight? Because it doesn't say another.
But does she see herself enter? Usually
Things see themselves enter.
Yeah, unless they specify another, it does. Because like right now in Avatar, there's the the ally card that says whenever this or another ally enter. If it's your second one, you do the thing. So yeah, it would see herself unless it's specified otherwise.
Yeah, so that blows giga ass. I think if we do another, I'm more okay with it, and it grabs a sword itself. Yes, it definitely grabs a sword and not Helm of the Host. You are extremely correct.
Yeah, I think if it's gonna get the equipment on ETB, it's too expensive with adding with all of those keywords.
Yeah.
Or maybe it doesn't attach. I could see that being like the midway point as well. Like it gets the free equipment to play, but it does not attach.
The wording on purpose didn't name herself. Yeah, but the way you worded it does trigger herself, is what I'm saying. Like, the wording does not on purpose not include her. Right now, it does include her.
The rules of Magic say that this will trigger unless specified otherwise, not the other way around. It doesn't not unless specified to.
Yeah, switch it to another, and then you are cool, and your wording does ignore it. And then sure, like, it's 5 mana. This is the exact flavor of card where you're like, I have a bracket 2 deck, and I'm like, please don't. That's how I feel about this one. I don't think it's busted. I do think it's very like, I'm going to ramp to my commander, and then my deck is going to show you Colossus Hammer and tell you to get fucked.
Yeah.
All right, next we have Zanmu, Kingdom of Nothingness. A 5 mana Rakdos 3/4 with ward, sack 1 or more creatures with total mana value 3 or greater. Whenever a creature dies, exile it. Then if it's the 3rd time this ability resolved this turn, each opponent loses 1 life for each card they own in exile.
Huh. Interesting.
I think I'm gonna raise the same issue. I don't think this is broken, but I think this deck wants you to board wipe everybody forever. And that's a tough sell for me.
I can't wait for someone to sack the 3 things to target it, and for the person who I Bajuka bogged last turn to just die instantly.
Right, that is funny. There are some funny political situations where you can be like, all right, I bogged Joey. Can you go ahead and sack 3 things to target my commander? But I think, like, the test I always subject customer cards to is, what would the reasonable deck build be that tries to play around this text box a lot? And I think the reasonable deck build is unfortunately the stinkiest fucking control deck you've seen in your life. And that's my concern.
Yeah. And it also hurts other opponents who are doing anything related to having cards in their exile. So
it shuts off other aristocrat decks, which is awesome and based, and you should do more of that.
Does it though? Because it's not it's not locking in that they have any cards in exile. You have to do a lot of hoop in order to make that happen,
whenever
right?
a creature dies. If they sacrifice a creature with this on board,
exile it.
Yeah.
Then if it's the 3rd time,
I
see.
So I mean, like, if they're trying to do like grave crawler shit, they don't get to.
And so all creatures, slowly but surely, even if you do all of the aristocrat stuff, you've just exiled their stuff incidentally over time. Yeah, it's too much. It's a lot.
It's a once per turn. That's not what. Why are you making up words that aren't on this card?
Well, if it says if it's the 3rd time this ability is resolved, so it is indeed a once per turn, because the 4th and 5th time
the hit is once per turn, but that's different from what I'm talking about, which is the card incentivizing you to be like, I would like to play as many, like, I think maybe Extinction Event is like, I want to play Extinction Event deck. That is what I dislike about it. Not the, oh my god, this is going to trigger, and like, if this just like came down 5 mana combo engine commander, I come in and I win the game, then I care more about, oh, how powerful is the ability? This feels a lot more to me like the way I have to set up is by constantly trying to smother any creature-based strategies with exile spam. That's what is That's what feels yucky to me.
How wild would it be if we just like took some of these commanders and played them on decked out? Like, maybe that's like the VIP card submission treatment someday.
That's the big test. Yeah. Next, we have Storm Fleet Scout from Aegis Athene. This is 4 draft, a blue-red pirate archetype that wants you to cast spells with treasures instead of lands. Should be rare. 3 mana, 3/1 with flying. On enter, look at target player's hand, then choose a card name. Whenever they cast a spell with the chosen name, make 2 treasure tokens.
It almost just feels like this is a real card. Am I like, this feels like something that would have been printed in the set?
Yeah, this feels... Depending on how prevalent like reach is and how good the thing just having flying is, sure. But I think I get 2 treasures when you cast like the best or most relevant thing out of your hand is totally fine. If anything, I might be a little disappointed if it's at rare.
Yeah, because it's not doing the thing that white does at rare, right? Which is the 3 mana flyer for 3. Look at the hand and pick a card and make that card cost 2 more. So this is not doing that. So it feels close,
I
but
get
not quite there.
Yeah, I get the 2. I get the 2 instead of
Treasures,
you
yeah.
getting the 2. But like
And
if
so it
I
doesn't tempo them at all.
Yeah, it's just I think like if I'm trying to imagine me, John Maldhound, pack 1, pick 1. This is my rare. I think I weep tears of blood.
Well, I mean, they have it at uncommon, so that's fine.
Well, they said should be rare. So that's the like main thing I've been testing is I actually think it should be uncommon. Because it seems like
it's in that happy middle ground where it's a little on the high end for an uncommon, but it's definitely no rare. But that happens. There are some rares that are
That's
low
never
impact
happened one time. We're moving on to Ward Magic. You're making shit up again. We've talked about this. I will say best thing about it, doesn't die to removal. Only 3 mana.
I hate you.
Next we have Ward Magic. 1 mana enchantment. Enchant permanent, ward 1. Enchanted permanent has ward 1.
Useless.
I didn't want to say it. Yeah, what do we...
Like, don't we have like a version of this that's like ETB, exile a thing until this enchantment leaves and get like ward 2?
It's sheltered by
lifelink?
ghosts, and you get that for
Like,
2 mana. Yeah, we gotta
you-
sauce this up somehow. We
what are
gotta
we doing
sauce this
here?
up.
It's like, how
All
can
right.
we have an entire piece of cardboard do as little as possible? This might as well say beg on it.
All right, next we have Mox Moldavite from Lulu. A 3 mana legendary mana rock that taps to add 1 mana of any color, but you can warp it for 0. Ooh. That's a little hot.
And warp is just...
Warp is you get to cast it, but it gets exiled at end step. Okay, everybody like it's just Lotus Petal with upside. Lotus Petal fucking sucks outside of CEDH. I would be so happy to see a Lotus Petal with upside that could be used in like bracket 3 gameplay. Like if you're not doing God's tightest combo, Lotus Petal, or if you're not like recurrent doing artifact loops, Lotus Petal is God's hottest dog shit. Can we not be like, oh my god, we're power creeping Lotus Petal? Immediately banned in every constructed format. Yes.
I don't know. I don't play high power commander, so I don't understand the appeal of a card like this super well. Like, I get it. I've seen the deck lists, but I mean, I'm not playing this. Decked Out's not playing this.
Yeah, like I can't even think of any decks I would play it in, but I like it. I like staring at it. All right, and that is the end of wave 1. So Nerd Girl, are you good to do more cards?
I'm as good as you guys are. If you
Excellent.
You guys have more cards for us, then we'll do more cards.
I'm going to laser beam ads into your heads, and then we're going to set more card reviews live on Ko-Fi. I mean, at Warp 1, the card's pointless super base. Then it's like Warp 1 just to play like one of those fucking terrible on, you know, 1 mana on ETB float 1 mana. All right, let me go to Ko-Fi. Reset this junk. I'm gonna set the singles live first, and then we will see how quickly those go to measure the rest.
Okay, while you guys do that, I'm gonna take a pee break.
Yeah. Go piss, girl.
Ew, don't say it like that.
What's wrong? What's wrong? That's a. Oh my God, 6-7. Get out of here. What if Commander Sphere said instead of sack to draw, it said you can pedal this turn 1? I would play that every time. Of course, yeah. Commander Sphere's dog shit. What if instead of this card being unplayably bad, the card was playable? Rome would burn. All right, there are 10 slots left. I am also going to take a pee break, and then we will check in on if these are selling. Oh, I will set the channel point redeems live as well. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 3, 2, 3. We're doing Helios. We're doing the second wave right now. Right now, Buckaroo. As we all know, cards that only see play due to being in literally every precon are the best basis for judging power level. True!
Alright. Sweet. How many more? Oh, Maul's gone. Okay, I'm back to entertaining. Anybody know how many you put up? He put up 10? That's not too bad. How are you? How am I doing, guys? I know Maul does these set reviews with a lot of people. Am I doing okay? I don't actually know. I've never really like evaluated fake cards outside of like an entire format before. Like, has anybody played Booze Cube? Like, that's the only thing I have to like really rate these by, like as far as made up cards. They're real to us, yeah. That's fair. That's fair. You're doing great. Thanks, guys. You guys are so sweet. I heard Veggie did very, very well, so I know those are like very big shoes to fill. Hey, Claymore, thanks. Yeah, I had a great birthday. My birthday was last week, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with the nerd girl / decked out side of things. But yeah, we had a great birthday. It was really fun. Well, actually, so the animated cards I thought were really cool, especially the first one. I was going to talk about it, but admittedly, Mauled moves on very quickly. And so I noticed the animated cards and I appreciated them. I really did.
Don't lie. No, the animated cards are very cool. Pejman brings some dope shit in.
I thought they were cool, for sure.
12. Okay. Okay, chat. Anybody on YouTube and or Twitch that wants to purchase more cards, do you want singles or packs of 5? I will accept the first 3 answers I see. You should make the custom card slots a raffle because people are getting screwed over for not having fiber cable internet. I will consider that, but consider that the custom card streams already take 1 million minutes to do. And so I would like to... Yeah, doing them in a raffle I think would just take too long. Because we already be messing about.
We could just do a 12-hour stream.
We could just do a 12-hour stream. That is an interesting proposal that you have made. We're gonna look at Little Mix Doom's curvy card though. Animal Buddies. Animal Buddies, a 5-mana Selesnya sorcery. Choose one. Make a 2/2 green hamster, a 2/2 white bird, and a 2/2 fish with island walk, flying, and trample. Or make a 2/2 cat with lifelink, a 2/2 bird with vigilance, or a 2/2 octopus with hexproof. Or entwine for 8 mana.
Huh. I mean...
I feel like I'm being...
5 mana for the 3 bodies is fine, and then the entwine is interesting, but it cost $1 billion.
Yeah, because entwine's on top of, right? Entwine you have to pay. Yeah, wow. So 5 mana for 6 of stats across 3 bodies, or 12 mana for 12 of stats across 6.
I mean, honestly, that still doesn't seem that bad. I mean, I still see a situation where you'd be happy to do that, especially with green having a lot of ramp and stuff. I think this card, A, is super cute. B, I'm fine with it having... Oh my god, I'm so sorry, chat. My dog is being a butthole today.
Yeah.
I'm fine with the 5 mana for either of the modes, and then the 6 I don't see as a downside, just an upside bonus, because everything else is worth it on its own. And it's so cute.
Yeah, I think it would be the most, like, if this was in a draft format, my first 3 drafts, I would pass this every time and would be like, that's dog shit. And then I would lose to it every time it got cast. And then I would be like, fucking somebody pass me Animal Buddies, I swear to God.
Yeah, this is the kind of card that's definitely underrated. There was one that was like make 2/3/3 ants that everybody passed, and it turns out just like having 6 of those was the nuts. And I think this is in the similar ballpark. Also, did you doodle these on your own, or are these like just internet images? Is this one image that you got from somewhere? It's very cute. If you doodled this on your own, you get major brownie points from me.
Oh, so they intended for the entwine, they intended 8 to get you all 6 tokens. At which case, this is fucked up and evil.
So it's entwine 3 effectively?
Yeah, it's entwine 3.
Yeah. That's too busted. I'm still playing it with entwine 8. Like maybe make it like 5, not 3.
Yeah. All right, next we have Hama, the Bitter Bloodbender, a 4-mana Dimir 2/4 with Waterbend 1, counter target spell or ability that targets Hama unless its controller pays 1. Tap Bloodbend another target creature, gain control of that creature until the end of your next turn.
I love it. Huge Avatar fan here, as you can see. I got the yip on. Yeah. Let's do that. More Avatar cards.
I do like stealing and taking. Which
it
mode?
Should be an ally though.
Yeah, definitely should not be an. Definitely is not. I don't want to. Avatar spoilers is not a fucking ally. Damn, it's. I mean, it's hot. I think everybody's gonna hate you, but it's hot.
It's gonna be really cool in like sacrifice decks. Oh, I like this a lot. Waterbend 1, counter target spell or ability that targets her unless you pay 1. So can you just keep activating that? Yeah,
it's basically just quench all the mana I have on my board. That's what this says.
Yeah, I like that. I think this is very cool. I'm fine with the mana cost. I'm fine with the rarity. I'm fine with the ability. And also, I'm a little biased. You could probably send anything Avatar and I'd be like, in. Super in.
All right, next, Nikina Toure, also for Little Mix Doom. Which mode was better, though? probably the one that has a flyer. I'm not like 100, because there's like situations where you want the lifelinker, but like 9 times out of 10, I am picking the mode that has a flyer because my opponents probably cannot block that. Versus your other.
I was gonna say there's also like boggles in this color pairing, so the hexproof is quite valuable. But I think Island Walk plus flying are two things that are very hard for your opponents to deal with in a commander game, so you can sort of attack both opponents. So I think that's probably the better one.
Yeah. All right, next, Nikki's card, the game. Oh my god. X mana sorcery. X may not be less than 99. Each player discards all cards in their hands, then exiles each permanente each player controls, then each player exiles their graveyard, then their library, then they draw a card. No players can win until your next end step. Tremendous joke card. We've all lost the game. I love 2008. Go Ducks. Go fucking Ducks, man.
I don't understand.
There is a, wow, this is great. Okay, so there's a thing on the internet that the youngins, that you should have been exposed to. There's a thing called the game, which you are now playing. And the concept of the game is that you are winning the game until you remember that it exists, at which point you have lost the game. And so it was a very popular thing in like middle and high school for people to just come into a conversation and go, hey, what's up, by the way? You lost the game. And then walk out and everyone would be like, ah, rats, I did, because now I've perceived it. And that's what this card is doing.
I think Veggie has explained it to me, and then I've promptly forgotten it. So I'm immune to losing the game, because I do believe this is the 3rd time this has been told to me, and I've always not remembered it.
Okay, so unfortunately, Nikki, that does mean that you're banned for being unfunny, because Nerd Girl is the litmus test for what things are actually funny and what things are only funny because of brain rot. Veggie and I extremely consistently use Nerd Girl as a barometer for, did we make an actually funny joke or did we just brain rot at each other? And it's like 100% accuracy.
Yeah, Veggie has told me about this once, and it was not funny, and I did not keep it in my brain storage.
Next, Molduvian Conqueror, a 4-mana Gruul card from Actual Milk, a 4/4 with trample. On combat damage, tap a non-basic land they control and gain control of it so long as Molduvian Conqueror remains on the battlefield. I hate that Green's getting this, but somebody needs it, and I think mechanically it does make sense for them to have it. Disrespectfully, 10 out of 10.
I do think, I like the idea of the Conqueror taking territory, taking land. It's very flavorful. I think this makes a lot of sense for Gruul to be doing. They tend to have the most ramp. They tend to have the most basics in play. And taking it from your opponent is a really cool mechanic. And it's not permanent, right?
Because if this guy gets killed. Well, I mean, he's only at 4, so he like dies to the 2nd wave of removal.
You do not understand what the term means,
He's 4 mana, so he is in the mana range of things that do die to removal. Yeah, he does. All right, next, Mayhamster, Nikola Orsanov, Stranger, a 5-mana Sultai 4/4. Whenever a player discards 1 or more creature cards, you may pay 2. If you do, a creature you control becomes a copy of a creature card discarded this way. Okay. On attack, make a mannequin. It's a colorless 0/2 artifact creature token. If Nikola transforms into another creature, it retains all of its original abilities. Oh, this is almost sick, and my brain is just air horning Hashaton but worse, Hashaton but worse, Hashaton but worse.
This is too many abilities. So it's like a Lazov type effect, right? And when it attacks, it makes a mannequin.
Yeah, like it's trying to give you a thing to turn into a copy of a creature that you've discarded. I just think that it's too... Oh, it's whenever anybody discards, so you can get it from the opponents too. So I guess the like dealing on this is you hope to God somebody wheels away a really good creature, and you turn one of your mannequins into a copy. I guess it could make like Thoughtseize playable.
I don't know why we would do this when we have like a 2-mana Lazav.
Shut up is why, because I wanted to do it with a doll. No, pause. All right. I know Nerdroll didn't catch that. Twitch chat, you stop.
What did they do?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. We're fine.
Was it dirty?
Potentially, if the internet's weird about it. Yeah, I think
Okay.
this does feel like I really want Lazav to be in Sultai. I want.
It's weird about everything. Veggie told me the other day that Sonic sleeps with a bird or something. I don't understand the internet.
Yeah, he do. He do. Yeah, he do.
Sorry. Anyway, I'm not interested in this card.
Next, let's look at Cassian Shadow Avenger, a 4-mana Grixis 3/4 Menace and Haste. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, make a treasure. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, amass Villain's X, where X is its mana value.
So it's just making a big villain. It's like amass the orcs kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like amass orcs, and so I get a little bit of value for bopping you, and then all my mana rocks, whatever, I get the biggest goon you have ever seen in your life, and then he comes and gets you, and I get a treasure token for it. And saying that, I love it.
And it says a player, so the way that this is worded is in Commander, I can hit multiple people.
Yeah.
And get that trigger multiple times.
Yeah, you can get up to 3.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, this seems good. It has haste too, so you can sneakity sneak them.
Yeah, hold on. It's amass villains, and he's a villain, so you just put counters on him. No. It has to be amass goons. You have to make this amass goons X, and then I'm with it.
Oh, I see.
Oh, we lost Nerd Girl.
How did you lose me? What?
No. We're good.
In the Lord of the Rings set, I thought you had to amass you amassed an army. That's why you didn't amass orcs. Because then you would have, I don't remember you ever putting the counters onto one of the orc creatures, but it was because it was an army. Oh, that did not exist.
Right, I think it's because the amass mechanic as a whole needs an army as a subtype. So if you amass orcs, you have to amass an orc army. So if you amass villains, it has to be villain army. So it does make a goon. I still think they should say goon because I think that's funny. Next, we're looking at Sabeel Discard from Sojourn.
Creepy.
A Dimir 2/2 on enter or attack surveil 1. Whenever Sabeel deals combat damage to a player, that player must sacrifice a creature or let you draw a card. I want more spice.
Spice you want for a 2-drop?
I mean, I'm fine with her being more expensive. I'm just saying, like, we can't as the internet collectively hate on Spider-Man and then submit to me a custom card that is just worse than Symbiote Spider-Man. I won't let you do that. I won't let you.
Look at that many cards at the top of their library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest into the graveyard.
I guess it has more to do with if I see a character card, I would want the card to transmit to me something about their character, and all this transmits to me is, hey, the bitch hits you.
Yeah.
The bitch does hit you.
I think that Symbiote Spider-Man was a good comparison here. I still like this card, but I agree she could be spicier.
I just want her to, like, incentivize me to do...
Oh, there's like a flying Dimir spirit that just like steals stuff off the top of the library too. That thing's pretty busted. She should fly.
Yeah, I agree. She should fly. Next, Nahara the Tiger. Talarian University. A 6-mana fortress artifact. At the beginning of your upkeep, add colorless for each artifact you control. You cannot spend it to cast non-artifact spells. You do not lose it until end of turn. You can station it, and at 12, for X and tap, add blue equal to half X rounded down. I mean, this seems like, you know, magical Christmas land, but sure, it's expensive
I don't know
enough.
why we're making colorless that only wants color, that only can cast colorless stuff in a card that cannot be in a colorless deck.
It's because you're meant to station it to then filter it. You're meant to launder the mana into mono blue. Because at 12, you can pay all your colorless upkeep mana into mono blue mana.
Assuming you have a ton of other artifacts, there's a lot of work that needs to be put in here. I'm not saying it's bad. I would rather it did something else, and I would just want it to go into an Eldrazi deck.
It is a preposterously win more card for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, if this is what you like, you are doing enough that I will kind of let you have it.
This definitely feels like the thing Veggie would use to take 30 turns, have drawn 3 cards, pinged me for 4, and then pass the turn.
And then lost
30 actions. Yeah.
Right. All right, next, Sage Cur. We're reviewing a canonically poly couple. Nami, Great Tidecaller. Ooh, it's League of Legends. Ooh. Nerd Girl and I both play League of Legends.
I love me some Nami. I'm a support main.
All right, 4 mana in Simic, 3/4. When you cast an instant or sorcery, put a counter on target creature. Partner polyromantic. You can have 3 creatures if all have this ability. Fuck no. Nope. No, I'm out. I'm not. I swear to God, I'm not prejudiced against polyamory. I am prejudiced against you having 10 cards in your opening hand in a game of Commander.
I concur. I think partner is good enough.
All right, let's see what else is in here. So we have a Bant Tama, who is a 3 mana 3/3. Whenever you put 1 or more counters on a creature, you may instead put a lifelink, trample, first strike creature vigilance counter. Okay, so obvious synergy with Nami.
Yeah, I like that. That's a cute synergy, so you can pick and choose. It just adds and diversifies your counter type. I think those are very cute.
Yeah, and then the last...
What creature is that? What character?
Tama. So I think this is from Nami's lore, not other playable League characters. Then the last one's Loto, Abyssal Protector, a 3 mana 4/2 who's soul ties. So you end up everything but red. 3 mana 4/2 with Menace. Instants and sorceries that target Loto cost 1 less for each unique counter on Loto. If you tap, your next instant or sorcery costs 1 less to cast for each unique type of counter on Loto. So it just doubles up the cost reduction. Oh, no. So it's things that target him always cost less, and then you can tap him to make a broad one that doesn't target him cost less.
Interesting. I'm wondering if there's something cute you could do here with to make it sort of the polyamory, and you want to have this like 4 or 5 creature like Voltron-y mechanic where they all synergize, but still partner's only 2 of those. But when you cast one, you can go and look for it out of your, because you can have partners not in the command zone, but I like the idea of having the partners linked in 3 or 4 partners, but only 2 in the command zone.
Yeah, I think the biggest,
or even just 1.
That's true. Removal is cheaper to cast on him because it's not instant and sorcery spells you control. It's fucking all of them, and so like murder is cheaper to cast on Loto if he has a counter on him. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I think the synergies are cute. The problem is you have deck in a box in your command zone. Right? Like you have an entire board state that will grow itself, gain you life, let's see, we don't get evasion, God bless, but you do have trample and first strike. And so like the 99 just has like, you sneeze and it fucking works because we have 3 cards in the command zone that create our entire board and grow our entire board and give us all of the mana efficiency we need. So immediately burn in hell.
I agree. I love the idea of having, instead of partner as a mechanic, having the polyamory mechanic on its own, which just means that you can have a set of 4 or 5, whatever many you want, that all synergize well, but you have to cast one and it lets you find the others, which is similar, but they don't keep coming back. It sort of allows your opponents to disassemble
disassemble the engine instead of just like.
thank you. Yeah.
I agree
Dealing with
that.
them over and over again. 3 in the command zone's way too much. Honestly,
right.
2 is too many.
True. Next, we have Sukasa from Pejman, another beautiful gift card. Two-Faced Confidant, a 4-mana Grixis 2/4. At the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card. Whenever you draw a card, you lose 1 life. Then if you aren't Sukasa's owner draws a card. Oh, Consecrated Sphinx in the command zone. Who let you in here? Oh, no, you're going to give him away. Sorry. I read anybody. When I saw if you aren't Sukasa's owner, I was like, wait, are we drawing cards off everybody's card draw? But we're not. It's discard 2 cards, exile Sukasa, return her to the battlefield under target player's control. Only Sukasa's owner may activate this ability, even if they don't control her. Oh.
So you're linking up with someone, they lose a life, you both draw.
Right, it's just we're doing so much work to be slightly worse Nekusar.
And also, what's to stop your opponent from just being like, hey, I don't want them to draw a card. I'm going to throw this under your bus. And then they block, and then that's the end of it. Because they still have control of attack and blocks, right? So this feels like doing a whole lot of work for 0 payoff.
Yeah, Pejman, normally your designs are cooking in a way I enjoy. I don't enjoy this one as much. It feels like too many hoops for underpowered Nekusar, but still has to play the kind of Nekusar game. Like you either end up at Nekusar or you end up at Bargain Bin Consecrated Sphinx, neither of which are endpoints I personally enjoy.
Yeah, and they're saying you can flicker it at instant speed and change the.
Well, right, by discarding 2 cards.
But discard 2, you've undone any work that you've already done.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
You get to draw each time they would. I understand. I promise you, I understand how the card works mechanically. If they threaten to attack with her, you can try to pass her to somewhere else. Right, and you're going down 2 cards every time for the ultimate payoff to be like
net neutral.
Right. Yeah. All right, next we have the mysterious Mr. MR, Baiting of the Boom, a 4-mana joke saga that's 4 green. We have them in chat saying, "Hi Mauled, I assume I'm about to be banned, so I just wanted to say I did nothing wrong." Excellent. Step 1, Baiting of the Boom gains tap, add green. Step 2, Baiting of the Boom gains whenever you tap a creature, enchantment, or artifact card for mana, add an additional green. All right, we're going to go ahead and ban you now. 3, search your library for a forest and put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. 4, search your library for a planeswalker and put it on the battlefield, then shuffle, proliferate.
Why are we doing this? This is...
Because they want me to be angry. I think this is like... I mean, the funny thing is, could this be printed? Because it's 4 steps to get... Like, it's 4 mana for 4 steps to get the Planeswalker out.
Yeah, it doesn't seem...
Like, maybe you make it 5.
The proliferate is scary, even outside of just the Planeswalker ETB, and it's sort of like a, you get to effectively search for tutor up Planeswalkers in green, double proliferate, which green can take advantage of in a myriad of ways. This feels like it's going to break some weird shit, and also feels like it's 4 turns of doing a lot of nothing, 3 turns of doing a lot of nothing. So it feels like not good design on
3 turns
levels.
of rage. 3 turns of rage bait for a Planeswalker ult.
And then a 4th turn of oops, I broke a bunch of shit I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
All right, next we have from Little Mix Doom some 5 Nights at Freddy's card for any format. William Afton, Lurking Killer. Spoilers, man. 4 mana in Dimir for a 2/4. On ETB mill 3, then you may put an artifact milled this way into your hand. Whenever another non-token creature or artifact you control dies, you gain 2 life and surveil 2. I'm going to Vine Boom you for having life gain, Aristocracy, and Grixis. I know it's not impossible, but it's just a little... And then Disturb of 2 in Grixis. And he turns into Springtrap, Malice Beyond Death. A 4/5 with Trample and Menace. On ETB or attack, you may exile a creature or artifact from your graveyard. If you do, he connives twice. If he would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, put it on the bottom of its owner's library instead. I mean, I think double connive on a trampling if we're talking about outside of commander, I don't think it impacts standard at all.
Agreed.
But I feel like in limited, a 5 mana card out of the graveyard that becomes a 4/5 with menace that will connive twice hit me for 6.
Yeah, but you have to have an artifact.
Or
Right.
a creature.
Okay.
Springtrap, yeah, Springtrap just cares about creature or artifact. Like, you'll definitely have a creature, I feel like.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, this feels fine for limited. It doesn't, I agree, it's too wonky and weird for standard, and it feels fine in commander. It's not something I'm jumping up and down to build around.
I think it feels really underwhelming for commander, actually, because the front side doesn't do enough for me to want to play him, kill him,
Yeah.
recast him from my graveyard. And so I think
I agree.
for limited, it's like, yes, this is the rare that kicks the shit out of me, and then nobody plays it in standard. So Little Mixed Doom, I do think I think the flavor gets communicated here. You have designed the perfect bulk rare.
Yeah, I think it was, like I said, fine and limited. I think the issue here is that, do I want to do artifact things with this commander? No. So I'm
No.
not getting that added benefit of the ETB. So it just doesn't feel like enough.
Mm-hmm. Next, we have Rockstar Freddy, a 4 mana Orzhov 3/3. Whenever an opponent casts a spell or activates an ability, if it's not their turn, they may sack a permanent they control. If they don't, create a tap treasure token. Sack 5 treasure tokens, draw 2 cards, gain 2 life. Ooh, I think... Oh, it isn't their turn.
Yeah.
Ooh, I
seems
really
great.
like this. Yeah, I
into
like
this
that
card.
a lot. Yeah. I was
like
like, yo, why did we kill Lotho in an alleyway, but not on their turn?
I like this. It's an interesting spin on like taxing your opponents, but it's not doing anything too crazy. The fact that the treasure tokens come into play tapped is nice. I like the draw 2 cards, gain 2 life. Doesn't seem too busted.
Mm-hmm. I like this quite a lot. I'm going to assume for intent, Time Kit, that they meant to exclude tapping lands from activating an ability. So if we read based on intent, and this is like, you have done an actual thing, it's not your turn, I get a tap treasure, that's dope.
Yeah. I feel like the non-mana ability is a thing that's like a default, and I think they just missed that.
Yeah. Okay, next we have Endless Purgatory, a 4 mana enchantment. At the beginning of combat on each player's turn, they return a random creature card from their graveyard to the battlefield. Goad that creature for the rest of the game. It gains haste, and when this creature dies, put it on the bottom of its owner's library. Whenever a creature dies, its controller mills a card.
That's interesting. It's going to cause some chaos for sure at the commander table. This has no standard or limited gameplay control, right? It has to be a multiplayer because of the goad mechanic.
Yeah.
And it also seems difficult to keep up on what creatures
Well,
are goaded.
I guess you could, theoretically, since it's each player, you could be like, if I think my graveyard's going to be cooler than yours, I'll just rip this and we'll both put a bunch of stuff on the field and I'll hope that my stuff's bigger. It would be like you would never pick this in limited.
No.
Um
I mean, I don't think I'm playing this ever, honestly. It
all
seems
right.
like
All right. I am. I like the flavor text. I think it's got like goading. I think there's a really cute I think there is a genuine angle for a Rakdos Reanimator deck to just run this and be like, I don't give a fuck about y'all's graveyards, but I know what I put in mine, and every slot machine hit is good for me.
yeah.
I think this is cool. I like it.
It's not good.
Okay, well, we can like things that aren't.
And the funny thing is, I actually don't know if it's good or not. It's that I don't like it. It's that I don't want to keep up with it. I don't want to keep up with which ones are goated, which ones are not, who can attack who. If
that's fair enough. Nerd Girl does so much bookkeeping in real life that if she sits down at a commander table and you have to keep any books, she just shoots you with a gun. Next we have Garga. Boldrim Construction Expert, a 5-mana Abzan Planeswalker. Comes in with 5 loyalty. For +2, you get a 1/1 dragon that is all colors with lifelink and landfall. This card gains +1/+0. For -2, put a land card from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield. -10, you get an emblem with whenever you tap a land for mana, add an additional mana of any color. I hate planeswalkers, and even I could admit this guy's too weak.
I was going to say the same thing.
This is like, yeah, this is way too fair.
Why is it the thing I'm the most excited about, the plus ability?
Right, like
none of the abilities seem to have any synergy within themselves. I think the idea here was that each color got represented with a plus or a minus. But
well, the idea is that I'm gonna -10 and have a bunch of mana. Have you considered that? Have you considered that? At Little Mixed Doom, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. This is an older version. Newer version puts a counter on the reanimated creatures to help tell the difference. I mean, sure. I think it is still a lot of fiddling.
there is synergy. You plus it, you make the dragons with the landfall, and then you replay those things. But
Yeah.
I just feel like no deck where I care about putting cards in my lands, specifically in my graveyard, and I'm bringing them back with cards like Lumra, cares about anything else that this card is doing. And those decks have more than enough ways to bring those cards back themselves. So
my argument is like, you got to give me a reason I want to kiss the freaky dragon instead of Necrobloom. A non-aesthetic reason. And I'm not saying it has to be more powerful, but I think there has to be an angle that excites me about doing, oh, I'm doing Abzan Landfall, and there's not really that angle here.
Yeah, agreed.
Next is Planeswalkers are cool. That's not true. It has to be a true angle.
I hate agreeing with Mauled. It makes me feel wrong.
Goddamn right. This is goddamn right. Next, the Levatine Dragoon, a 7-mana Jeskai Knight with Eminence. Immediately wrong. If they're in the command zone of the battlefield, equipment you control have equipped Dragon or Knight 2. Oh, and you've cast a commander this game. So we changed Eminence to fix it and then called it Eminence. It's a 7/7 Flying Vigilance Ward 1. You may activate equip abilities anytime you can cast an instant. Equip you control have ward, pay 2 life. This is, again, we've undershot it. Way too much mana for way
None
little.
of my equipment decks want a commander that's this expensive. If it had the Eminence ability, which I think would be a design mistake here, then it would be too strong. But as is, I don't want this at all. I'm never paying this much mana on my equip decks.
Now, what you have done very safely is you have designed cards I would let you play in a casual game 100% of the time. And that is a genuine little gold sticker, because a lot of people try to push that boundary to make their like whatever property they like feel hyper relevant, and you have played it conservatively enough that I would be like, oh yeah, big shithead, he looks cool, dope.
I agree with that. This is something I would not have a problem with you playing. It's just, it feels very counterintuitive to what the archetype wants to be doing.
Yeah. I think you could like bring the cost down, make him smaller, make him like castable before the game is really in the end states.
Especially for an equipment deck, like the way equipment decks work is by blitzing down a player and increasing their odds of winning 2v1. Because if 3v, if you once you Voltroned up and there's 3 players alive, you're dead. Like they have too much interaction for you to manage, and this won't be able to hang.
I very agree. Next we have Footgroose. These are, what type of cards are these? Let me look at this shit. Bloons! Oh, it's Bloons Tower Defense. Rules for challenges. There can only be one on board at a time. Alright. First, we have Sauda, Calm Fury, a Jeskai 1/3 with haste, vigilance, and on your turn, he has double strike. Whenever you declare attackers or blockers, if you attack or block with all creatures you control, put a +1/+1 counter on Sauda, then Sword Charge, 3 in Jeskai tap. Sauda deals damage equal to her power to all attacking or blocking creatures target opponent controls.
Huh.
Ooh, that is evil.
That's nasty,
I'm for sure rocking with everything but the activated ability. I did not realize the Bloons Tower Defense monkeys were devils from the Bible.
I actually think it's a pretty cool design space all the way through, but to all attacking or blocking
Right.
creatures, it should be 1.
It
should be 1.
It's a really cool design space until I tell you to go fuck yourself because it's turn 5 of this commander game. We gotta go home, dog. Pack them creatures up. Right, you can activate Sauda's ability on someone else's turn, which is not, it's not like, I don't think we're breaking anything. It's just like, that's the part where I'm like, ooh.
It's making the downside of this is you have to attack with all the creatures to get the counter. But then if you can just blow up anything they block with, it seems absurd.
Well, Counterpoint is a Voltron deck. Sauda's your only creature.
Yeah.
Then at all times you are attacking or blocking with all of your creatures, and you just run a bunch. Like that's was my first thought, which is neat. Like that's a cool way to go about it.
It should be a blocker, not all of them. I don't know. What are we doing here?
Yeah, or make it exhaust. I agree with that as well. Because then it would be like, oh, I could flicker Sauda to get this back, but then I lose all my counters.
It's also flavorful, right? Like they use their
that's my big
finishing move.
Yeah.
Full weapon control or whatever.
All right, next. And you only have one creature. What happens when someone removes it? If I only have one creature, I presumably have room for at least a smidgen of protection spells, Alec Man. Geraldo, Mystic Shopkeeper, 4-mana Orzhov, *6. Whenever a player activates Geraldo's ability, put a business counter on him. His power is equal to business counters on him. For 2 mana, search your library for a card. No, I'm stopping here. We can't let everybody tutor. We can't. This just reads 4 mana. I concede the game to the next person in the turn order.
Great.
So our opponents get to tutor for successively more expensive things. But at the moment that anybody, you just like, Elegman has a great suggestion here. Draw and lose life, or like if you wanted it to scale with business counters, look at the top X cards where X is the number of business counters on Geraldo. Pick one. Pick one, and then you get to go to your hand. But as long as it search your whole library for a card with mana value, it's like, okay, the first person activates this, do they win? No. Second person, do they win? No. Third person, they win.
The other thing too is it's once per turn. So hypothetically, if everybody's holding mana open, you're gonna have every player shuffling their whole deck every turn.
Yeah.
Oy, oy, oy.
That
would make me want to shoot myself.
Yeah, have this check top X based on counters. You get 1 card to hand. And even then, that still might get crazy. All right, Benjamin, Code Monkey, 4 mana, Dimir 0/3, Defender, Ward 2. At the beginning of your end step, you gain X life and create half of X tap treasure tokens rounded up, where X is number of creatures your opponent controlled that died this turn. Siphon Funding. Blue-black tap. Target creature cannot activate or trigger abilities your opponents control until end of turn. If it dies this turn, create a tap treasure token.
Does this do anything?
Other than make me buy 50 copies of Shoot the Sheriff? No.
I mean, I see what they're doing-ish. I just don't think it does anything.
Yeah, I
And
mean, I think
if and when it does do something, it's way too much.
right. It's just meant to be like how can my control deck have near infinite mana? Um, yeah, I'm not sold on this one, Foot. Next, we have Adora High Priestess, a 4-mana Mardu 3/4 with flying and vigilance. Whenever you sack a creature, Adora and God creatures you control get +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is a sacrificed creature's mana value. Ball of Light. 2, sack a creature. It's a non-token creature. Create a 3/1 orb with trample and haste. Sack it at the beginning of the next end step.
So she has a built-in sack outlet to give her and other gods +X/+0. So we're looking at like a Maskwood Nexus S deck.
Yeah, unless there's a bunch of custom gods that we're not looking at.
Changelings.
Yeah, yeah, you could do the changeling fill-in. You should do some god fill-ins. I like that we're making mini lightning orbs. That's a little funny.
Yeah, I mean, this is cute. I don't know that she's doing enough to make me want to run this as a commander.
Yeah, we end up in a weird like pseudo go wide, but the damage is probably most useful on Adora herself because she has flying and vigilance, so she has enough evasion that it's like I'm just gonna put the damage on her and kick you in the head.
But anytime you have a go wide deck that incentivizes you to sacrifice your creature,
Right,
it's a little rough.
it hurts a little bit.
So that means you have to have a bunch of gods or find gods or create gods, but then also have non-tokens to sacrifice that are not gods.
Expensive ones too, because you only get the buff based on the mana value of what you sacked. Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I think this one's like nipping its own heels a little bit.
Now, I will say a lot of the gods come back to your hand at the end of the beginning of the next end step or whatever, right? That's a thing. But that's a lot of work for that, and I don't think I'm willing to commit that.
Next, we have Blunarius the Inflator. Horrible name. 5-mana Golgari, 6/12. Trample, enters tap, does not untap during the untap step. Whenever Blunarius is dealt damage, untap it and reveal the top X of your library where X is the damage dealt. Put a creature card revealed this way onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Woo! So
we have to find a way to deal damage to it ourselves, like little
right
in Golgari. That's going to be hard to do.
I think it depends on if we have any access to like fight spells that let us target our own creatures. Right, Pestilence, but Pestilence is like fucking awful. I think the goal would be...
And specifically now, like most good fight spells are bites. And so like that just doesn't work anymore. You have to actively run the bad ones.
Right, you would want to go, like the deck would want to be, I need maybe 5 to 10 effects so that I draw one of them that will deal 1 damage to Blunarius to untap him. Then I need lure effects so that when I swing him, you have to block me so that I get damage to then make this damage trigger do anything, because the Pestilence trigger, you just flip top 1 of your library, probably not going to do anything too much.
And you could also just leave it as a blocker forever. Like in Commander, if you can reliably untap this and then you just sit back on it and nobody can attack you, it does make your opponents have to really work for it and want to come after you. So the attacking, I think, is nice if you can untap it regularly, but I'm also just fine. Once I get the first fight trigger, I've removed a creature and I've gotten something off the top, then I feel okay. just to sit back on blocks. But yeah, it's an interesting design space. I would just like to see this in. I guess that's someone suggesting Seedborn Muse. That is really cute if you can untap your permanents in that way.
Oh, that's
But
true.
if this
Yeah.
is your if this is your commander, there aren't enough effects like that, I think, to make that consistent enough.
Yeah. It's interesting. I think it's interesting enough that I can't mind palace it, but I like this one more than the previous two. Next, we have Chimps. 1 and Azorius. Players cannot search their libraries. Players cannot gain mana from non-land sources. Non-land permanents cannot enter if they were not cast from the hand or command zone.
I feel like this just makes Veggie very sad.
Yeah, this makes like a lot of people very sad. what if most of the funky shit you wanted to do in Commander did not work? Go fuck yourself. Sit down. We are playing draft.
I feel like I like this card.
I knew it! This is the cone of shame that Nerd Girl's putting on Veggie when they try to play Magic together. This one's funny.
Yeah, stop doing weird stuff and let's just
No.
battle.
We're moving on. Good cards, Foot Cruise. Thank you. Next, we're looking at Lord Xavier's Gundam card. Freedom and Kira. A 6-mana Boros 6/6 with flying, and when this enters, it deals X damage divided as you choose among any number of targets, where X is this creature's power. As Berserk, the first time a creature you control dies on your turn, double this creature's power until end of turn.
Interesting. So the ideal here would be to cast this, put the trigger on the stack, and then sack a thing?
Yeah. Well, no. I think it's No, yes, you are correct. Put the trigger on the stack, sack a thing, blow up the
this
board.
Becomes a 12, and then you can just shoot down everything.
Bang, bang, bang. And then on your next turn, you go to combat, you swing him, sack something, make him 12, hopefully give him double strike, kill somebody. Yeah, this is another one where I begin to worry about the play pattern because it's very, very expensive and you have to shoot your own board state in the head to do your thing.
Which is not what Boros is known for doing.
Right. It feels extremely feast or famine, which is always like a worry about a feels bad card for me. And I do feel like Gundams are meant to protect people, right? Which is, we should probably do Berserk a different way, because this, I realize this is like not, it's not always one-to-one, but in terms of flavoring, it feels like Freedom and Kira want to go shoot a civilian in the head, get really mad about it, and then attack somebody. Like, that's what they want. You're being saved. Do not resist. Bang! How dare you, villain! And then
was
go.
This the same? Was this the same person who submitted the Angel Boros sacrifice outlet?
I'm not sure.
Because I don't hate it if the goal is to change the identity in a cube, all custom design cards. If we're trying to change the identity of Boros to have more of a go wide sacrifice feel, so it's like Aristocrats, but you're dealing damage through combat purposes, so you're kind of utilizing some sacrifice stuff. I think that's possible. We see that in Rakdos a lot. It feels like we're taking a little bit more Rakdos identity here than an Orzhov identity.
Yeah. Okay, next we have Meowsy Cat's First of the Dragons. It is Yu-Gi-Oh! Artwork. 7 mana in Bant for a 7/4. Flying, protection from creatures with abilities. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature you control with no abilities. You have protection from creatures with abilities. That's kind of neat.
So interesting.
I
Why aren't we just having protection from creatures? Because the only thing it has flying,
mm-hmm,
so the only thing that can block it is like flying and reach.
mm-hmm.
So why don't we just have protection from all creatures?
I mean, because we hate creatures with abilities. We like bears. We like vanilla bears.
Okay, so I guess it's a thematic thing, not a
Yeah,
logistical
it's
thing.
it's because this is a Yu-Gi-Oh transplant, and this is what the card cares about in Yu-Gi-Oh,
I see.
and so they wanted to
I've
adhere
never
to that.
played Yu-Gi-Oh. I apologize. Yeah, then I don't know. This seems expensive, but protection from creatures is a good ability. Although I
Yeah.
don't know why it's on a flyer, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. I think that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And it's cheap if you have a bunch of bears, so that's probably pretty good.
And then your bears can go to like you can go to combat with this guy, and you don't have to care about the crackback. I like that.
Yeah, that's fine. He's gonna be very cheap.
Yeah.
There's another creature that is similar where all creatures without abilities have unblockable, I think, or something, or can't be blocked by creatures that have abilities. That's a
Yeah,
card
yeah.
that exists.
There's some like I think it's like patient professor, and then it has a proper noun name that I'm forgetting.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's fine. I like bears.
all right. Next we have Whitebread's Pelipper Rainbringer, a 4-mana Grixis 2/4 with Drizzle. Blue creatures you control get +2/+0. Red creatures your opponents control get -2/-0. Hurricane. Whenever Pelipper attacks, tap target creature an opponent controls and flip a coin. If you win the flip, Pelipper deals damage equal to its power to that creature. If you lose the flip, put a stun counter on that creature.
It's funny because I feel like I almost want to lose the flip more often because 2 power is not. Oh, I guess it's
Well,
4 power because it's
yeah,
blue.
yeah.
Yeah.
Drizzle
Well,
will affect.
yeah. Why doesn't this pelican fly?
Cause he fat, he chonky, he
Fair,
thick,
fair.
he thick. Hold on. Look at how large this boy is, you guys. Don't look at him flying in the game. This is made up. Look at this big idiot.
He's.
Look at
It's
this
kind of hard to tell 'cause
gigantic
he's not standing
asshole.
next to anything, but he does look large.
Yeah, no. He does fly, I forgot. Okay, so he has flying. I like this. This is cute, yeah.
Yeah, 4 damage or a stun counter. It feels like that's fine. Some percentage of the time you're going to want to lose the flip, but I mean, who's to say what's winning or losing, right? It's 50
Right.
50 whether you get what you want. And maybe there's going to be plenty of times where either one is fine.
Yeah, I like that it is not heads I win the game, tails I cry in the corner, and I do like that there will be different times in the game where you are hoping for different outcomes instead of being like, I simply need to rig it to always be heads.
I like that about the D&D set too with like the die rolling where it felt like no matter what you were getting your thing and sometimes you get a nice bonus, but it is
Yeah.
not if I roll a 18 or higher I win the game. I like it when it is more balanced.
Mm-hmm.
You get yourself a little treat. You get a little something nice.
Yeah. All right, next we have a cycle of cards from Babadook. It that creeps through the crackling leaves. A 5-mana mono. Oh no, it's Dimir hybrid mana. 5-mana 5/5. Impending 4 for 1 and 2 hybrid Dimir mana. Intimidate. Whenever it enters or attacks, each opponent may discard a card. For each opponent who doesn't, you manifest dread.
It's spooky. I like the vibes.
I think that's
And
pretty
impending
dope.
is the god thing, right? Where you put effective time counters on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes in
The
as an
cycle-
enchantment.
The cycle of these typically gave you something when you casted them for their impending cost.
Right, you get that. The enters trigger. Like, you still get the enters off of impending.
Ah, that's right.
Because impending makes it come in as an enchantment. So you'll get the ETB, and then
Yeah.
you just don't get the attacks triggers for a long time.
For each opponent who doesn't, you manifest dread. Okay, yeah. I'm in. This is good. I like
Yeah.
this. This is cute.
This is
I
pretty
like
cool.
the art too. Good job. I like the alternate art here. The border's cute.
And I love Manifesting Dread. I
All
love
around.
Oculi. I do think for like, yeah, for total color identity posterity, it should probably be 3, a blue pip, and a black pip. Um, I don't think, I really do not think this is a thing we would ever see on a mono blue card. Like this is one of the types of things that would come up with the Lorwyn, the new Evoke Elemental in Lorwyn, where it's like, anyway,
I agree. I don't
next,
know why a plant horror ghost would only be blue.
yeah. Next, we have It That Feasts in the Midnight Sun, 4 and a red, and then impending 4 of 2 hybrid red-green. Haste. Whenever It That Feasts enters or attacks, make a food. Then exile the top 2 cards of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may cast creature spells from among them. Creature spells cast this way gain Devour Food 2. I mean, that's quite solid value.
Yeah, these are cute.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if I would make this my commander, but this would, like, definitely go in a Henzi deck.
I feel like so far both of these are actually worse than the cycle that we of impending that we do have, but I don't think
Yeah.
that's a bad thing. I think that makes them playable and realistic. I
Mhm.
like this.
I like it. I do think, yeah, we are dramatically misunderstanding the color pie by implying that mono green can get this effect. And so I do think the colors, if it were to go to print, we would have to care more about the colors being like, this is a Gruul effect, not a mono green effect. Yeah, but the mana cost is red. The mana cost is also 2 green. So a mono green deck can't play it. Oh my god.
They can in limited. And
Formats
they can in
other than
competitive.
Commander do exist. They do exist. So okay,
Yeah.
if we are designing strictly for Commander with Commander's color identity in mind, then it doesn't really matter. It's just a nitpick.
But in that, if that's the case, then there's zero reason why it shouldn't just be Gruul.
Right.
Mana costed, right?
Yeah. All right. It That Bounds Over the Flowering Fields. A 5 mana green 5/4 with impending Selesnya. Trample on ETB or attack. Make a 0/1 egg creature token with Defender. Then populate. That's cute and solid. I think the populate has real legs. This one I do think we have the hybrid mana. We are clear. I don't know, Nerd Girl, how do you feel?
Why does it make an O1 egg?
Because it's a bunny.
Yeah, but I want it to do something else.
It populates. It is doing something else.
Yeah, but like its default is making 2 O1 eggs.
Yeah, it's the Easter Bunny.
No.
Yes! Oh my god, no, there's no whimsy in Nerd Girl's heart. This is awesome. I like this one.
Make a food token then. Make an actual Easter
No,
egg.
make a bunny.
token.
Make an egg. Make an egg.
No, no, no.
All right. It That Soars Through Loving Clouds. 5 mana, 4/3 with impending of Rakdos. Flying Wither. Whenever it enters or attacks, it deals a damage to a creature, then goad each creature you don't control with a counter on it. That's fucking evil.
Enters, deals 1 damage to target creature.
Yeah, and then get
I don't know.
the children yearn for not Wither. I will say that. I will say that on the front end. The children yearn to play with any mechanic that is not you putting a -1/-1 counter on my creature.
Yeah, it's the same cost. The ability is not great. It's a better creature though, but impending 2, and then it comes down as a 4/3 flyer. I think this is my least favorite of the bunch. I'd rather have the egg token that does nothing.
Harsh words. Next, we have It That Stomps on Icy Roofs. 4 and a white for a 4/6 with impending 4 of 2 Azorius. Vigilance. On enter or attack, choose one. Put a stun counter on target creature, then draw a card for each opponent who controls a tapped creature. Or, until your next turn, spells you cast gain gift to junk, and if the gift was promised, this spell costs 2 less to cast. That's kind of hot. I don't think white or blue deals in junk tokens, but I get why you used junk. And I think those are both tasty options.
Yeah. That is... It's a tough one to evaluate. These are getting harder. You guys, these ones are way harder than the last ones.
I wanted to make
a counter does not feel effective enough for this mythic. I would want a larger effect. The junk token feels either very meh or too busted, and I don't know how it gets busted, but I don't trust that ability.
You would have to go like Azorius Storm somehow. I feel like that's the thing that's what would make it like really powerful. If the stun effect also tapped a creature, would you then be happy?
Yeah. And then you get to draw 1 or up to 3 cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, this one's sick. I like this one.
I do too. I worry that the bottom one is either useless or too busted, and I don't know how it shakes out.
Yeah. All right, next from Lulu, we have Solar Crypt, a 4 mana rock that adds 2 colorless. Warp 0, pay 3 life. Oh, now we're cooking close to the sun.
So more CEDHE cheating things out early stuff.
Right. I worry that this would become the like... This feels like another one that goes straight into CEDH prison, whereas the previous one was like, a 3 mana rock that I might play in bracket 3 to maybe get the additional upside, whereas this one is just like, oh hell yeah, let's hope we get this in our opening hand and float like fucking 7 mana turn 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's gonna be a no from me.
Not for me. I mean, I'm sure there's some CEDH implications here, but I feel like CEDH is actively trying to do less of this.
Mm-hmm.
So that also seems like a no.
Yeah, we gotta stop giving away multiple mana for free. We can't. I'm sorry, Lulu. I know. Stop giving people multiple mana. They can't be allowed to handle it. All right. Next from Adelaide, we have Sir Farenfine, Army of Many, a 4 mana Golgari 1/1. When they enter, amass pests 2. Pests you control get +2/+2 and have trample, and whenever this creature becomes blocked, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
I mean, it's cute. I'd have to see what other synergy there are. I will say the Pest Lord was very underwhelming in Strixhaven.
Yeah.
And I think this could be a better take on it, but we need more cards that amass pests. We need
and
more
this
pests in general. I think it's cute.
Bro desperately needs to not be a 1/1. I despise the token players, but like I do think your 4 mana lord deserves to. Oh, it makes himself a 3/3.
He's a 3/3 when he attacks.
No, he's a pest, so his banner gives +2/+2. I think he can be at least a 2/2. I just if I was not playing this commander or being...
Oh, wait. Pests you control get +2/+2 and have trample, and they have, when this creature becomes blocked, they get +2/+2, so they become 5/5s?
Yeah. And so the pest army you make is a 4/4 that swings as a 6/6 if it gets blocked. It doesn't say other pests. He is also a pest. Yeah. So he's a 3/3 that becomes a 5/5 if you block him.
5/5, yeah.
I'm just like, Yeah, but you're playing pests. If I am at a commander table, bracket 2, bracket 3, whatever, and I'm doing my thing, and I pass to you and you play this guy, and then somebody goes lightning bolt, like, I'm sad for you. I'm holding a candlelit vigil for you in that moment.
I don't think so. I think you'll be surprised. Every single card that makes two things for one card, because you're already amassing pests and it's in your command zone. Like, I think this is a good power level.
All right, I will defer to you.
I mean, you play more commander than I do, but I just like cards that make two things, and I think they get a ton of credit for doing so.
Yeah, you little draft monkey. All right, next we have more from Aegis Athene. Plundering Salvo. 2 red. You may cast a spell as though it had flash if no mana from a land is spent to cast it. Deal 4 damage to target permanent. I think that's cookery.
I think that's fine. Like, on its face, it's just 2 mana, 4 damage, sorcery speed. That's reasonable. And then you have some upside if you can cast it with something else. That's good.
Hell yeah. I like this one, Aegis.
Yeah, solid.
Next, we have Breach's Fire Cannon. 3 mana legendary artifact. Whenever one or more creatures your opponent's control are dealt excess non-combat damage, create a treasure token. If that excess damage is 4 or greater, you may transform the fire cannon into Brazen Fleet Arsenal, legendary land that adds red mana and deals 1 damage to target permanent when it taps. Whenever you sack an artifact, untap this. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Excellent. This is flavorful. It does exactly what Breaches wants to do. I like the art in both. I like the flip. It plays into an archetype, the O'Hare Axonil or whatever, like that little archetype, the Chandra ping boost art like format. That seems great.
That's fucking evil. Oh my god. You know what, that is evil, but it is harder work for it than the actual Magic designers have made you do, so I'll sign off on that. All right, next we have the King Cow.
Someone's asking if it triggers O'Hare Axonil. So his ability, if I'm not mistaken, is like if you deal 1 damage, it becomes 4. So the backside, it does the 1 damage and then it becomes 4, right?
Well, it depends if the land counts as a red source.
Oh, the land does not. The land's colorless. You're right.
So it would not work with Ashnil because it is not a red source. It is a colorless source dealing the damage. Okay. On to King Cow's Dachshund, a 2-mana red 2/2 dog with reach. But he's an incredibly long boy.
It's the cat dog, right?
No, it's just a very long dog. Perfect card. Your girl, you drafting this? Pack one, pick one.
Oh, I kept looking at the flavor text thinking that it did something. And I was like, what the hell? Long ring island. I don't understand what's happening. What is this card doing? It's just a 2/2 with reach.
It's but it's a 2/2 dog. It's a good boy. It's a 2/2 dog with reach.
I mean, I always draft good boys. I think this art's cute, but why does it have reach?
Because he's long.
It's like
because he can jump up.
I don't think he can jump that high though.
I'm pretty sure he does. He has reach.
He can't jump for shit.
Hammy is not this long.
But long dogs can't jump high.
Yeah, they can. Have you seen that meme of the like Great Dane coming out of the water? Hold on.
Great Danes aren't long. That is not what a long dog looks like.
Hold on. Where is this fucking... Oh my god damn it, I don't know where. Does anybody know what meme I'm talking about? It's like this weird fucking noodle dog coming up out of the water, swamp monster style. He 100% can. He stands on his legs in the anime. There you go. He can stand up and he can grab the bird.
Okay. With his lack of thumbs. Got it.
Yeah, with his mouth. All right, next we have horse. 2 mana, 1/3 with reach. But his neck's long as shit.
Wait, who's afraid of heights? The
are
human
you-
or the horse?
Both. Are you drafting this at any point?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
I mean, this is a draftable common. Like, it's okay.
Next, long bear. 2 mana, 2/2. Reach. Because
I mean, bears are draftable. At least they used to be. So, I mean, a 2 mana 2/2, that's draftable. I mean,
that's fucking amazing. I love these.
it's a little on the low side of current set design, but you know, these are draftable commons.
All right, looking at the next long card, Dance Powder. 2 mana artifact for 3 and tap, sacrifice Rain Powder, which is not the card that is named here. Put 3 drought counters on target non-basic land, create a treasure token. A land with a drought counter loses all other types and becomes a desert with the ability tap add colorless. Remove a counter at the beginning of the land owner's upkeep. Too cowardly. I think just make these blight counters. Just go for it. You never get that non-basic back.
What? It is a 2-card combo.
How? What?
Because you have to have this card and you have to have a rain powder.
I think Dance Powder is meant to be Rain Powder. I think it's supposed to be the same name.
Oh, I see.
I mean, King Cow, this is still weak-ish, even if it makes it colorless forever.
Colorless, yeah, it's not that.
If I spend
Now,
5 mana to unfix one of your lands, that is already a like pretty low-end thing.
well, it loses all other types and becomes a desert with the ability. Does it lose its other abilities too? Like, can you brick like creature lands with this?
Ooh, I think as written you can't, but that would be cool.
So I would think if it actually hurts non-basics and it doesn't just like turn a duel into colorless, then I think it's playable. As it stands now, it's not something I'm interested in doing, but if it is turning a useful land into a colorless land, great. That feels flexible enough to me.
Right, but only for 3 turns.
Yeah.
Okay. Next, we have Crocodile, Duplicitous Warlord, a 6 mana Dimir asterisk 6 with Menace. On enter or attack, put a drought counter on up to 1 of each player's lands. Crocodile's attack is equal to the number of deserts on the battlefield, and at the beginning of end step, make 2 1/1 black soldier tokens, then each opponent faces a villainous choice. Put 2 drought counters on one of their lands, or they choose an opponent's creature, and you goad it, and you draw a card. That feels too fiddly. Maybe
the
it's...
drought counter inherently is just 1 counter. The other thing is what put 3 counters on it. So
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, in
6
putting...
mana text is a 3/6. No, thank you.
And put 1 drought counter down, because the drought counter comes off at the land owner's upkeep. This doesn't even unfix their mana for their turn. It literally just unfixes their mana until they untap.
Yeah.
So, like, it never even... Yeah, this is both, I think, too weak, and it's just having us put a bunch of counters everywhere and make a bunch of 1/1s without it being very impactful. So I think soup it up and simplify.
I agree with that. There's a lot of words on this card.
Next, Cat Burglar Nami, a Dimir 1/3 with Skulk. Whenever Nami deals combat damage to a player, its controller and owner each draw a card. Whenever an opponent attacks with 1 or more creatures, if Nami is tapped, you may have that opponent gain control of Nami until end of combat. If you do, choose a player or planeswalker that opponent is attacking. Nami is attacking that player or planeswalker. See, this is what I wanted. From the
What?
two mana, I hit you, draw a card. Yes.
Why are
Oh,
we doing?
yes,
I don't
because
understand.
it's delicious.
No, it's
Take one
stupid.
down, pass it around. Absolutely. A pirate's life for me. We're all swinging the 1/3 with Skulk.
No.
No, Iron Ore, because what's happening is, on my turn, I swing Nami. If I hit you on my turn, I get 2. I pass to Tom. Tom swings. I give you Nami mid-combat. And then Tom draws a card, I draw a card. Fred.
Does Tom draw? Tom only draw. You only draw if Tom attacks you.
No, combat damage to a player, controller and owner each. And so if I give it to Tom, then they control
yeah.
they control Nami. Yeah, they control
So on your turn, do you draw 2?
yes, Nami would draw 2, which I think that part's probably too good for a 2-mana creature with Skulk, and you could literally just play it and never give it away to be like, okay, you can't block me, I draw 2. Bink bink.
Yeah.
I think it should be limited to I don't know how the wording would work. But yeah, the intention I would like to see is either more expensive for this to give you two cards off you swinging it. And then but I really like this like move it around thing.
It's like Shredder, but dirtlier. Draw instead of beats, it's draw cards, which is interesting, but that's a lot of work.
Yeah, I'm down with it though. I love it.
I like the art; it's cute.
All right, next we got Matt 96. Invasive Forage. A 4-mana Golgari Aura enchantment that has enchant land, and enchanted land has when this becomes tapped, sacrifice this land. If you do, add 1 mana of any type to sacrifice land could produce. When enchanted land is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, its controller chooses target land. Return this card from its owner's graveyard to the battlefield attached to that land. Whew, I see we are experimenting with what everyone on the internet will call mass land destruction.
Yeah, but what's to stop them from putting it on your land?
That's true. It's like Chain of Vapor. Mutually assured land destruction. Mutually assured land destruction. Okay. Okay.
So, I think to me that's what makes this unplayable is because then all the then you'll put it on player. So you put it on player A, they put it on you. Then you put it on player B, they put it on you. Then you put it on player B, then they put it on you. So you end up with down 3 lands, and you're not really doing anything to anyone else. I would see this as.
I mean, the only people that are playing this are like the Jund land destruction, land sack decks anyway that want to blow up their own lands, and then they're like, yeah, fucking do it, bro.
I guess that's true. If you have a lot of ways to get lands out of the bin and or whenever a land leaves the battlefield, do a thing. So then you want them to target your stuff. And so they actively blow up each other's lands to avoid letting you get the triggers you want. I guess that's kind of cute if you can find that little niche.
Yeah, that's actually it's kind of hilarious to imagine a commander table shooting out each other's toes to deny you this like soft combo piece. That kind of tickles me.
Yeah, I like that a lot actually. It's cute, but only in that one deck that like lets you play lands out of your graveyard and or wants cards leaving. So yeah.
They can also just not tap their land and you wasted 4 mana. I mean, I wouldn't call it wasted if I've now stopped you from ever tapping a land.
You've effectively blown up a land for 4 mana.
Yeah, then it's just Stone Rain. Like the floor is Stone Rain. Okay. All right, next we have Grasshopper, a Wooburg Enrage Enabler, and I'm very autistic about elephants. This is Montressa, Seething Hatred. A fucking 8 mana Wooburg Hybrid 5/5. If a source you control would deal damage to another creature you control, you may prevent all but one of that damage. On Enrage, choose one. Montressa deals X damage divided as you choose among X other target creatures you control, where X is its power. Destroy target artifact. Its controller draws a card. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Okay, one problem immediately, way too fucking expensive. Like, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work for what you want to use it for, off of this being, like, 8 mana is, I win the game now, and so this says I have to pay 8 mana to then begin getting Enrage value, which I think is just a logistic problem.
It does a lot, but none of it's that powerful. 8 mana powerful.
Yeah, it does a lot of, it has like 2 4-mana cards worth of effects. And so they're like, I put them together, it should be 8 mana, not considering that the mana costs get like more and more onerous. Like if I tap out on turn 6 after spending the entire game ramping, maybe I have like one good Enrage creature on my board, maybe I have a Pyrrhemia in play. Yeah,
And it doesn't prevent the damage to itself, so it just gets nuked from orbit, and that's a lot of mana.
Yeah, off the fucking top rope.
Not for me. Too expensive.
Yeah. I think you find a way to make this like 5 mana, or even like 4 mana or 3 mana, and you do something ungodly with the hybrid symbols, and then you find a way to pare it back for that to be reasonable.
Okay.
All right. That is now the end of our list of cards. And I think that will be it for today, because it is 4:30 and is nice and late. So thank you very much, Nerd Girl, for coming. It was a joy having you on, and you gave some very, very cogent advice. Mostly to me, but I think to some of the custom card designers as well.
Thank you guys for having me. I had a great time. Anytime.
Excellent. And then I think you guys are pretty good today. I don't think we did any traumatizing.
Nothing seemed outlandish. Like, everything was borderline playable. I was honestly very surprised. I thought I was getting into what would be an absolute crazy nightmare of design.
All right, so we are going to break apart the stream together, and then we will do some rating for the day. Nerd Girl, I will see you tomorrow. Good night. Thank you for coming on.
Bye, guys. Have a good time.
All right, collaboration is ended. We're going to find somebody to raid. We're going to hit them with the Bald Kai, as we always do. Girls Play is live. We will go raid Girls Play. Everybody be nice to them. I'm going to go do work for the day or something like that. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you supporting the channel and watching the stream. We'll be live again Saturday. We have a bonus stream. We are doing some extra free roast giveaways. There will be an announcement in the Discord later about that. But we got a special sponsored thing we're going to do right at the beginning, and because we're doing a sponsored thing, we're going to do free deck roast raffles on Saturday. So I hope to see you all there. Thank you for being here today, and please remember to stay toxic. YouTube, that's just it as well. But again, bonus free roast raffle on Saturday. Watch out for an announcement in the Discord.